belum sih. Coba sih.
Amat
bagaikan bintang timur sedang mengembang, tak jemu-jemu mata memandang, aku namakan engkau cerita malam. Sinar matamu menari-nari masuk menembus ke dalam jantung kalbu, aku terpikat masuk perangkap, apa daya asmara sudah melekat. Kita malam, siapakah gerangan Tuhan? Kita malam dari tanda Tuhan, kereta kita segera tiba di negara kita akan berpisah. Berilah nama, alamat serta esok lusa boleh kita jumpa pula. Esok lusa jumpa pula, boleh kita jumpa pula. Gadis mana yang tak kenal Kopral Jono, gadis mana yang tak rindu akan kita. Gaya mulia, rasa mirip parah Panglima, ramah-tamamu membikin gila hati wanita. Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono. Kopral Jono, di kalbu aku tergadis dan remaja. Kopral Jono, di kau sensasi gadis lulu dan kota. Aksimu pun ikut seperti Mas Robin Hood, dengan jambumu semua gadis bertekuk lutut. Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono. Hampir malam di Jogja, ketika keretaku tiba.
masuk kelas SS. Masuk SS.
Selendang sutra, tanda mata darimu telah ku terima sebulan yang lalu. Selendang sutra mulai di saat ini.
Kalau ada pembicara yang masuk, supaya di ini, supaya mencoba ini PPT-nya.
Nggih suaranya.
Suaranya mendengung.
Yang halo.
Tercapai tujuannya. Selendang sutramu turut berjasa.
Kalau ada narasumber yang sudah masuk di admin terus diminta untuk coba PPT-nya.
Tercapai tujuannya. Di bawah sinar bulan purnama, air laut berkilauan, berayun-ayun ombak mengalir ke pantai Senda Kurawa. Di bawah sinar bulan purnama, hati sedih jadi senang. Gitar berbunyi riang gembira, jauh malam dari petang. Beribu bintang taburan menghiasi langit hijau, nambah cantik alam dunia, serta murni pemandangan. Di bawah sinar bulan purnama, hati sedih dan dirasa. Si miskin pun yang hidup sengsara, semalam itu bersuka. Engkau gadis muda remaja, bagai sekuntum melati. Engkau sumbangkan jiwa raga di tanpa batas berkasih. Engkau dinamakan Srikandi, tekad putri sejati. Engkau turut jejakmu muda, turut mengawal hujan. Oh pendekar putri masuk menembus ke dalam jantung kalbu. Aku terpikat, masuk perangkap. Apa daya asmara sudah melekat. Kita malam, siapakah gerangan Tuhan? Kita malam dari tanda Tuhan. Kereta kita segera tiba. Negara kita akan berpisah. Berilah nama, alamat serta esok lusa boleh kita jumpa pula. Esok lusa jumpa pula. Boleh kita jumpa pula. Oh, 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 Kopral Jono, di kau buatku tergadis dan remaja. Oh, 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 Kopral Jono, di kau sensasi gadis gunung dan kota. Aksimu pun ikut seperti Mas Robin Hood, dengan campurmu semua gadis bertekuk lutut. Oh, 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 Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono, Kopral Jono.
Science without nobility is blind. The core of Universitas 11 Maret logo, which is a head-like shape with a flame in its center, is described as wiku. The term wiku is Old Javanese, borrowed from Pali, meaning an educated noble disciple. The flame, or prabha, in the center of wiku's head represents the brilliance, wisdom, and nobility of the human mind. The flame also symbolizes the light of knowledge that shines and makes a positive and eternal impact on the world and humanity. Universitas 11 Maret, established on March 11, 1976, is one of the leading universities in Indonesia. Its noble goal is to contribute to the development of the nation through education, research, and innovation that benefits society. Universitas 11 Maret has built its vision and strategic plan on becoming an internationally excellent center of development of science, technology, and arts based on the noble values of national culture, focusing on enhancing its specialized subject areas and on developing its capacity to meet world-class standards. Universitas 11 Maret has established 3 centers of excellence in science and technology. The 3 centers are Center of Excellence in Lithium-Ion Battery Technology, Center of Excellence in FinTech, Financial Technology, and Center of Excellence in Javanology that focuses on the study, development, and preservation of Javanese culture. Universitas 11 Maret is located in the city of Surakarta, also known as Solo. Solo is a very comfortable city to live in, where Javanese culture and modern life combine. The life in Solo, which upholds the value of harmony, has prepared Universitas 11 Maret graduates to be future leaders who are tough, creative, friendly, generous, calm, and adaptive. To achieve the vision of Indonesian higher education, freedom to learn, independent campus, Universitas 11 Maret offers a variety of courses on a wide range of subjects conducted by 11 faculties, a vocational school, and a graduate school. Various library services, such as thousands of print books and ebooks, access to various international journals, and academic librarian assistants are available to support the teaching and learning process and promote the academic achievement of all students, lecturers, and researchers. With a comfortable learning environment, a green campus, and supported by an integrated information system, Universitas 11 Maret has an academic culture that fosters a global perspective and is prepared for Education 4.0. Active and strong international partnerships and collaborations have become an integral part of the university. International partnerships provide opportunities for student and staff mobility, as well as collaborative research and community service projects. In addition to being a center of excellence, Universitas 11 Maret is home to students from all 34 provinces in Indonesia and 33 countries in the world. This creates a multicultural environment that promotes mutual understanding. Embracing diversity and respecting all cultures makes every student feel recognized and valued.
Salamatiko. My name is Suwarna Lavaratina Narson. I come from Madagascar and I study design communication visual. So far, my experiences have been very colorful. On my first semester, I have been through a lot of difficulties, especially with bahasa issue. But luckily, I had the best and understanding lectures ever. They definitely accompany me step by step, so I could be in the same level as my classmates. It's been 5 years that I came and back from this campus, but I've never got tired of it. I've been visiting a lot of big cities in Indonesia, but so far Solo is my favorite one. This city just amazed me by the way it looks, by its people, and especially by the sympathy and friendly way that Solonese people welcome me everywhere I go. I would say that I love living in Solo because I love eating, and food is just everywhere with affordable price. And I would definitely recommend Solo for anyone who wanna come to visit Indonesia. I'm very happy to be a part of this beautiful campus, and I also feel lucky because I could make my studies here, and especially I could meet new people from all around the world. Merci beaucoup, Ernest.
My name is Walid Sulaiman Kalbous. I'm from Sudan. I feel comfortable during my study in UNS because what I found from the international office, from my classmate, from my lecturer, the environment study, the facilities in campus, everything make me happy and creative during my study in UNS. I'm enjoying my life in Solo. Actually, everything in Solo makes you feel comfortable. The people are very kind. The food is delicious. The prices are cheap. The tourist area around the city, everything makes you feel comfortable in Solo.
My name is Yuzuna Mao. I'm from Myanmar. I'm studying Master Program of Public Health in Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Studying in Universitas 11 Maret is enjoyable and it is a good atmosphere to study. I got so many chances to contribute in non-academic activities also, so it improved my knowledge about the social and culture of Indonesia. Of course, I have some difficulties during my study, but there are always some helping hands for me. Here I got experiences, I think, which I could adopt in my country when I came back. Solo is like my second hometown. People in Solo is friendly, polite, and helpful. I feel safe when I live in Solo.
The complexity of the modern world is continuously increasing. We live in an uncertain world where change is rapid and unpredictable. Universities have a pivotal role to play in preparing graduates for jobs that don't exist yet, for technologies that haven't been invented, and for problems that need innovative solutions.
Universitas 11 Maret has three main agendas toward a world-class university. Acceleration in various phases of development is needed by embracing the foundation of UNS, Benteng Pancasila. Therefore, 5 strategic policy pillars were decided.
It is important to understand that flexibility and adaptability are the keys to growth in the rapidly changing 21st century. This is what encouraged Universitas 11 Maret to shift its governance and management to an autonomous public university. With this change, Universitas 11 Maret will have the autonomy and independence to improve the quality of teaching, learning, and research in implementing the 5 development pillars of Universitas 11 Maret to accelerate its transformation process towards becoming a world-class university. Universitas 11 Maret.
Sebelas Maret University is located in Surakarta City, Central Java Province, Indonesia. Seblas Mart University itself was founded on the 11th of March 1976 and has noble ideals to build the country by realizing the Tridharma of higher education, which consist of vocational schools and postgraduate schools. Starting from the Surakarta State ICIP, it was later inaugurated as a teaching and education faculty to produce skilled and professional graduates with global insight. It consists of 23 undergraduate majors, 17 master majors, 5 doctoral majors, and teacher professional educations, one of which is geography education majors. Geography education is one of the majors under the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education at Seblas Mart University, which received an A accreditation in 2019. This major focuses on producing prospective geography teachers who have personality, pedagogic, and social competencies and serve geospatial information analysis and learning media, as well as collaborated and partner with other universities, the government, the business world, and the industrial world, as well as the world of education in implementing the Kampus Merdeka Belajar program. The vision of the geography education majors is to become international science and technology development majors based on the noble values of national culture. The missions of the geography education majors are organizing geography educations and learning at the undergraduate level with partials on site to produce prospective geography educators, developers of learning media and teaching materials for geospatial information analysts, and instructor for disaster and environmental management who can compete at national and international levels. Organizing research and development activities in the fields of science, technology, and geography educations. Organizing community service activities in the fields of technology and geography. The objectives of the geography education majors are producing competent graduates in the field of geography educations who are ready to become geography educators, developing learning media and teaching materials for environmental management, geospatial information analysts, produce research and development in the fields of science, technology, and geography educations that are beneficial to society, produce outputs to the community in the areas of science, technology, and geography educations that are beneficial to the community in realizing the vision and mission. Geography educations applies a learning system based on the Indonesian National Work Competency Standard curriculum.
Good morning and welcome to the first International Conference on Anthropocene, Global Environmental Change, and the Powerful Geography, or ICoAGPG 2022. With the theme of the rational understanding of extractive industries, climate change, and exacerbation of natural disaster and social injustice. Best wishes to all of us. We thank God Almighty because of the blessings and graces we can gather at the very event we later look forward to it. Previously, I say welcome to the first Vice Rector of Planning, Cooperation, Business, and Information, Professor Dr. Rernat Sajidan, Master of Science, the Honorable, the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Mardiana, MSE, or Master of Science. And all of the advisory board who presents today, Frank Levine, Doctor of Philosophy, and the Honorable Asamizu Munehiko, the Honorable Dr. Mot Hairi Ibrahim, the Honorable Muhammad Dimyati, Master of Science, the Honorable Dr. Rernat Nandi, Master of Engineer, Master of Science, and the Honorable Dr. Haji Jamal Wiwoho, Master of Humanities, and the Conference Chair, Dr. Pipit Wijayanti, Master of Science, Professor of Science. A happy audience. Before we start this event, let us pray in accordance with the trust. Respectively, may God make this rewarding event for all of us, and the event will run smoothly and conductive. Praying start. Praying finished. Next, I would like to read all of the rundown for today's event that will be started with the sing of the song National Anthem Indonesia Raya. Secondly, will be followed with the welcoming address by the chairman of the first ICoAGPG 2022 by Dr. Pipit Wijayanti, Master of Science, and will be followed by the welcoming speech from the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Mardiana, Master of Science, and then will be followed by the speech and opening from the Vice Rector of Planning, Cooperation, Business and Information, Professor Dr. Rernat Sajidan, Master of Science, and then will be followed by the showing the rules of plenary session. Without any further ado, we are going to start our event today with the sing of song, the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. or the next event will be the welcoming address by the chairman of the first ICoAGPG 2022 by Dr. Pipit Wijayanti, Master of Science. For the Honorable Dr. Pipit Wijayanti, Master of Science, we would like to welcome you to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pipit Wijayanti, and it is my pleasant duty to welcome you all to the first international conference on Anthropocene, Global and Environmental Change and Powerful Geography 2022, and to this conference title, The Relational Understanding of Extractive Industries, Climate Change and Exacerbation of Natural Disaster and Social Injustice. I would like to take this opportunity to extend warm welcome to our guest of honor, Director of Universitas 11 Maret, who is currently represented by Professor Dr. Retnat Sajidan, MSc, as the Vice Rector for Planning Partnership, Business and Information Affairs, and the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education of Universitas 11 Maret, Surakarta, Dr. Mardiana, MSc. Also, a Visory Board, Frank Lakpin, PhD from University Paris, Ipenton, Sorbonne, France, Professor Dr. Munehiko Asamizu from Yamaguchi University, Japan, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Khairi bin Ibrahim from Sultan Idris Education University, Malaysia, Dr. Muhdimyati MSc from Indonesian Geography Union, Dr. Retnat Mandi SPD MT, MSc from Corpintio, and special gratitude for Professor Tania Murail, PhD from University of Toronto, Canada, Janice Wiley, PhD from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore, Dr. Irma Yuli Hastin, MSc from National Research and Innovation Agency, and Dr. Yasin Yusuf, SIMS from Universitas 11 Maret, who will be speaking later today, and all participants of the first international conference on Anthropocene, Global Environmental Change and Powerful Geography 2020. Alhamdulillah, praise God for His mercy and guidance have bestowed upon us the chance to get it. Ladies and gentlemen, the Anthropocene is a new era in human life, where human activities can change the Earth's surface in a short time. Human activities that were once intended to meet basic needs, improve welfare, and provide comfort are now becoming more intensive, uncontrolled, and destructive to the environment. This has an effect on the environmental balance. Disruption of the environmental balance triggers an increase in negative impacts like climate change, causes the intensity of hydrological disaster, and it is consequently must be borne by humans. Of course, we need to reevaluate this phenomena so that the Anthropocene era is not recorded as an era of damage to the Earth's surface. Michael Jones, President of the International Geography Union, says that geography is a science of sustainability. This means that geography is able to give color to solving problems on the Earth's surface towards sustainable development. We hope that geography will make a more tangible contribution to a better world with power geography. This seminar is attended by 100 55 participants consisting of 75 speakers. 75 speakers. And before I hand over to Professor Dr. Retnat Sajidan, MSc, who will officially open today's conference, I would like to say once more, welcome and thank you for participating in the first ICoAGPG 2022. I hope you will have a pleasant day and unforgettable experiment in this conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Pipit Wijayanti, Master of Science, for giving the speech. Now, next one, we would like to welcome the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, Dr. Mardiana, Master of Science, to give the welcoming speech. To the Honorable Dr. Mardiana, Master of Science, we would like to welcome you to the stage.
The Honorable Professor Dr. Jamal Wibowo, Director of 11 Maret University, the Honorable Vice Rector, Universitas 11 Maret, the Honorable the Speaker, First Professor Dr. Tania Mureli from University of Toronto, Canada. Second, Dr. James Lee from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. Third, Dr. Irma Yuli Hastin from Research Center for Climate and Atmosphere, National Research and Innovation, BRIN, Indonesia. The fourth, Dr. Yasin Yusuf from Universitas 11 Maret, Indonesia. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret, I would like to say good morning and welcome to the first international conference on Anthropocene, global environmental change, and powerful geography 2022. With the themes, the relational understanding of extractive industries, climate change, and exacerbation of natural disaster and social injustice. This conference is held by ICoAGP Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas 11 Maret. This international conference is one of our events to respond to the post-condition of COVID-19 pandemic that affect to all of our life, including education and environmental change sector. Today, we live in new normal era in condition and post-COVID-19 pandemic that require new behavior, new challenges, new opportunity, and also new competency. Education institution must adapt to all of changes. Related to our institution, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, this condition is very challenging. During the COVID-19 pandemic, most of learning process use learning from home methods using online platform. However, skill and competence require hands-on process in the real condition of work. On the other hand, industrial and environmental change sector has accelerated rapidly driven by customer demands and the industry revolution 4.0. The work recruitment is more thoughts for geography education graduates. Need more preparation if we don't aware for this condition. We will fall behind. Geography education integration must be in the line with industry closer relationship. This conference aims to provide us with another insights from industry and environmental perspective. We prepare our graduates to be ready facing these challenges. In the new normal era post-COVID-19 and Industry 4.0 challenges. Thank you for all speakers, Professor Tania Mureli, Dr. Janes Lee, Dr. Irma Yuliastin, and Dr. Yasin Yusuf for your time in this conference. Hopefully, we can continue this conference in the future. Lastly, as Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, on behalf of 11 Maret University, we are thank you for all participants have joined in this conference. We hope you can enjoy this conference and get more insight. We have more program in the future. Hopefully, you can join and our relationship will closer and more intensive. Thank you for all committee from Geography Education Department for all the best preparation. Keep you good working. That's all my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you for Dr. Mardiana, Master of Science, for giving the speech. Now for the next one is going to be the speech and the opening from the Vice Rectory of Planning, Cooperation, Business, and Information that will be represented by Professor Irwan Trinugroho, Master of Science, Doctor of Philosophy, as the Director of the Development and Internalization and Cooperation. Now we would like to welcome Professor Irwan, Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy, to the stage.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Excellencies, all the speakers, the Dean of the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, and the committee of this particular conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the university, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the international conference that is organized by the Department of Geographic Education of the Faculty of Teacher Training Education. I would also like to thank the participants for the enthusiasm to participate in this event, and my gratitude also goes to the committee member to the Department of Geographic Education for organizing this great event. So as we know, the world today is facing many challenges. So therefore, we should contribute in addressing the sustainable development goals, including environmental changes. So together with the public and private sector, governmental and non-governmental organizations, academia are also responsible to contribute in making a better life and safety for the society. So therefore, this international conference is more specifically dedicated to discussing the relationship between the extractive industry and the climate change and the worsening of the natural disaster and so on and so forth. Of course, because this is academic conference, so using a critical perspective and relational thinking. This conference is also in line with the vision and mission of the university. So UNS has committed to contribute to the sustainable development, not only at the national level, but also in the regional and international environment. As we are fully aware that today's globalized world, contribution of university should be promoted to a wider spectrum. UNS has been recognized as an internationally reputable university. So we have been ranked in the World University ranking by QS and Times Higher Education. And this year, the university has been granted with a 4-star from the QS star, according to the latest assessment. And recently, the university is placed at 301/400 from the TSE Impact Ranking 2022. And moreover, the university is only the only one public university in Indonesia included in the TSE Best Young University 2022, which is dedicated for university under 50 years old. I think that's all. In concluding, I wish you a very fruitful discussion. And again, thank you very much for participating in this conference. And on behalf of the university, thank you for all the committee member of the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Professor Irwan Trinugroho, Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy, to give all of the welcoming speech and the opening. For the next one is going to be the readings of the rule of plenarization. So for all of the audiences and participants are expectedly to put attention and listen carefully. I would like to read the rules of the plenarization starting from number 1. All participants are expectedly to join the Zoom meetings 15 minutes before the event starts. Next, participants are expected to turn off the sound or mute during the conference process. Next, all participants must use the ICoAGPG or the International Conference on Anthropocene, Global Environmental Change virtual background. Next, all participants who take part in the conference through Zoom can ask the question by raising hand or type the question. Proceed with writing the name, origin of the agency, and the question briefly. The moderator will ask the speaker a number of questions because the time for discussion is limited. Next, participants register present at the time of the event and can list link attendance will be delivered at the event. Next, the certificate will be sent to the email of participants who take part in the event, and make sure the email that is written in the presence of the event is correct. Next, materials from the speaker at the plenary session can be downloaded after the event on the website with the link https geography.fkip.uns.ac.id/. Next, please change your name with the right format, room parallel _ paper ID _ name. For the example, room A _ 042 _ Yasin Yusuf. Next, before we enter the first main session of the plenary session, I would like to invite all of the audiences to do the photo session. So for all of the audiences, please turn on the camera and be ready. I repeat, for all of the audiences, can turn on the camera and be ready to do all of the photo session. I will lead the photo session in 1, 2, 3. We will take the photo session in one more time. In 1, 2, 3. And next, we are going to enter the main session of today's event, which is the first plenary session that will be led by Dr. Rita Noviani, the Master of Science. Now, for the Honorable Dr. Rita Noviani, Master of Science, we would like to welcome you to the stage.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Dayan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first season of ICoAGPG. This is International Conference on Anthropocene, Global Environmental Change, and Powerful Geography 2022. The relational understanding of extractive industries, climate change, and exacerbation of natural disaster and social injustice. My name is Rita Noviani. I am going to be the moderator today. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, produce 50% of the world's supply of palm oil. Palm oil generates tremendous profit for plantation companies and engaged some 15 million people in plantation life, but in a way that is detrimental to rural space, like land grabbing, loss of customary land, flexible rural livelihood, diverse ecosystem, and healthy forest for climate change mitigation. And my university, as one of the big university in Indonesia, want to give a positive contribution for that through this conference. And for that, in the first season, we have two speakers who are already with us. We have Professor Tania Morelli and Dr. Janice Lee. I'd like to greet Professor Tania Morelli first. Hello, Professor Tania Morelli. Hello, Professor. Hello, good morning, Professor Tania Morelli.
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you very much. The next, Dr. Janice Lee. Good morning, Dr. Janice Lee. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe Dr. Janice Lee join later. Okay. Before the presentation begin, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. At the first season, our presentation till the next 2 hours, each speaker will have around 40 minutes for her presentation. And after the speaker have presented her topic, we'll have discussion for about 10 minutes. And then the second speaker will present the material about 40 minutes too, then question and answer about 10 minutes. At last is conclusion. And your information, our audience are lecturer, researcher, and student also. So wide various background. For our audience, if you have any question for the speaker, you can type your question in the chat, and I'm going to choose the question. Moving along to our session, I'm going to invite Professor Tania Morelli first for the first speaker. And I read your profile, Professor Tania. Professor Tania Morelli is a professor from Department of Anthropology, University of Toronto, Canada. She has received her PhD in Social Anthropology, Cambridge University, with the thesis title Cultural and Economic Change in Singapore Malay Community. The advisor is Alan McFarland in 1987. In 2019, Professor Tania Morelli has elected Honorary Fellow, Royal Anthropological Institute UK, and the winner President Impact Award, University of Toronto. She has a lot of publication, and I noticed there are 5 books, over 50 papers, more 20 chapters in edited book, 12 book and article translation published in Indonesia and Malaysia. She has very expert. Yeah. Without any further ado, we are going to start the plenary session by the first speaker, Professor Tania Morelli. You have 40 minutes to present your paper under the title Plantation Life, Corporate Occupation, and the Mafia System in Indonesia Oil. So please welcome Professor Tania Morelli.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for that kind introduction and for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here and to have the opportunity to share my research with you. I'm going to share my screen just to give you, first of all, a visual sense of the plantation landscape that I have been studying together with my co-researcher and co-author, Professor Pujo Sumadi from Anthropology at UGM. So I'm going to share the screen now, and we'll travel first to the plantation zone, and after that I will give you some more thoughts about it. Let me do this. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, is the visual okay? Can you see everything? Can you see correctly?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is the title of our book that I have recently published together with Pujo Sumadi from Gajah Mada, called Plantation Life, Corporate Occupation in Indonesia's Oil Palm Zone. This is the book. This is Pujo and myself, the co-researchers and co-authors. Here we are writing together a joint effort, which took us about 10 years to conduct the research and the writing on an equal basis. Is very time consuming, as anyone who's done collaborative work will know, but very much worth the effort that both of us put into it. So why are we talking about plantations in the context of the Anthropocene? This map, a map of Indonesia, shows in red all of the areas which have already been granted to plantation corporations as land concessions. So the red on this map is an enormous area. So much of the island of Sumatra, most of Kalimantan, smaller areas in Sulawesi, and an increasingly large area in Papua have already been granted to plantation corporations for oil palm. This is a massive area, and it's also a massive change in Indonesia's countryside. And if you travel anywhere now in Sumatra or in Kalimantan, you're going to be in the territory of this one industrial crop and this type of landscape. So it's really quite overwhelming, and I think this map shows it very well. So of Indonesia's total agricultural land, 1/3 has now been granted to corporations as plantation concessions. So 1/3 of all of the farmland in the country is now covered by plantation-based oil palm. It's a massive extent. In Kalimantan, already 12 million hectares. In Sumatra, 6 million. In Papua, 3 million. And a smaller area in Sulawesi. The total is 22 million hectares, enormous. Of this area, about 12 to 14 million has already been planted, and the rest has already been granted to oil palm corporations and will be developed in the years ahead. So what does this mean? The term Anthropocene means the human-generated landscape, right? The world that humans have made. And this is what it looks like. In a plantation landscape, if the area is flat, you see a huge area of land cleared of any type of forest and roads laid out on a linear grid covered with oil palm. If the area is hilly, as in the lower picture, you see hillsides carved away for constructing terraces. And in both cases, everything that was there before, all the natural forest, also all the human-generated agroforest, the rubber trees, the rambutans, the coconuts, all of the landscape that humans have made in these environments over thousands of years has also been completely removed in order to plant oil palm. This map shows a view of the plantation area where Pujo, Smadi, and I carried out our research. And what's noticeable in this map, this was a map from the mid-1990s, is that almost all of the agricultural land in this subdistrict had already been allocated to plantation corporations as concession land. So 5 different plantations companies were given land in this area. Each of these colored blocks represents a different corporation. And the tiny areas of white alongside the river are the remaining areas which are left for the local Malay and Dayak population. There are tiny areas left for them. The white area at the bottom of the map is hilly and forested land, reserved forest, so not available for plantation use. What this means is that almost all the land in the subdistrict has been given to plantation corporations, and there's almost none at all left for the local population. This is what this type of land use actually means for people in human terms. So this is a small hamlet on the bank of the river. It happens to be a Malay hamlet. And behind the hamlet is oil palm. So here the plantation goes right up to the back doors of these homes. And the people who live in this enclave have no land at all on which to farm. So this is what it means to live in an area which is dominated by plantation corporations, squeezing people into these tiny areas of land along the river or in other small spaces. So what happens to the people under these conditions? Some of them become quite prosperous. In the picture on the upper picture here, you see a family that has prospered through the arrival of the plantation. They were able to set up a trucking business, providing transportation for the oil palm fruit from the fields to the mill. So some prosperity was generated. Many people, however, live in conditions of destitution, like the family in the bottom picture here, who have effectively no land and also not much work, since the plantation companies prefer to hire migrant workers and seldom employ the local Malay and Dayak population. These are the houses which are supplied for migrant plantation workers. These are 2 types of workers that you find in this environment. On the top is a woman worker who is a casual day worker for one of the plantations. She is, in this case, she's Malay. She lives in that small hamlet that we saw. So some women in particular are able to get casual day labor on the plantations. If they're lucky, not everyone can have this work. But for the harvesting work, the corporations prefer to hire migrant workers, like the person in the lower picture, who is a migrant from Java, who has come to the plantation zone to seek a good life or a better life. And he is sending his earnings home to his family elsewhere. These are smallholders. You may have heard that oil palm plantations often have schemes for plasma for smallholders included. These smallholders are not independent. They don't have control over their own land and their own schedule or any power to decide what to plant or how or when to harvest, their land is planted by the plantation corporation on the same linear grid as the ones I showed you earlier. And their job is to take care of their allocated 2-hectare plot and bring the harvest to the roadside every 2 weeks, where it's weighed and transported to the company mill. So they may be called smallholders, but effectively they are tied by debt and also by dependence on infrastructure to the plantation corporation. Infrastructure is a big challenge in these areas. Here you see a sunk truck in the deep mud of Kalimantan. Kalimantan soil has very few stones in it, and so it's easily becomes muddy when there's a rain and is impassable by these heavy trucks. This is a mill. These huge mills are preferred by plantation corporations. They like to have giant mills and also to have giant plantations, tens of thousands of hectares, which in their view is an efficient way to organize production. Our study showed many reasons to doubt the efficiency of this form of production. This mill, for example, although giant, was in fact only operating at about 30% capacity because the corporation had not been able to develop the land as it intended, and the infrastructure that it provided was so poor that many of the palm fruit rotted by the roadside and never arrived at the mill. So in this and many other ways, plantations are not actually the efficient machines, productive machines that they claim to be. And this is one of the topics that we have been investigating in our research. Why all the attraction to oil palm? Well, because its product, palm oil, is found in about 50% of the products in supermarkets in Indonesia and elsewhere around the world. All kinds of junk food, cosmetics, and detergents use this oil, which is very popular in the food and cosmetics industry for its unique qualities, and it's also used as a biofuel. Interestingly, though, of all of Indonesia produces half of the world's palm oil, so it's a massive producer. The neighbor Malaysia produces 35%. So these two countries together produce 85% of the world's palm oil. But of Indonesia's oil, 65% is exported to India. And there it provides a relatively affordable cooking oil. So here we have an example where an expanding middle class in Indonesia, able to afford more fried food, creates a demand for this particular affordable kind of oil which Indonesia supplies, and the result is the massive transformation of landscapes that I have shown you. This is my final picture, and it also is the cover picture from our book. And what it shows, it's a very strange landscape. So I need to explain to you what you are seeing here. These are oil palms, which are about 30 years old, and they have been injected with a poison to kill the tree, to kill the palm, so that it will die slowly. And in the meantime, a new generation of palms will be planted underneath. So oil palm plantations, once they are established, are effectively permanent. One generation of palms is replaced after 20 to 30 years by a new generation, and so it goes on. Some plantations are already in their third generation of planting in the same land. So this is not the kind of land use which after a period of time reverts to forest or goes back to the customary landholders or is used for any other purpose. These really are permanent landscape transformations. So all of the red area that I showed on my map earlier, and I'll just quickly go back there because it's from the point of view of the Anthropocene, this is the most important picture that I have shown you. All of these red areas have now been transformed into industrial zones of monocrop oil palm plantations that will continue to be plantations for generations to come, and no other kind of agriculture, no other kind of land use will be conducted, or in fact will be possible in these landscapes. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now as to give you a change of pace, and I will continue to make a few points of analysis that I would like to share about this plantation world that I have described. So excuse me while I just need to change my view. Sorry. How to do this? There. Okay. So the purpose of the research that Pujo Samadhi and I conducted was to look at the human side of plantations. We are both in the field of anthropology, and our main focus is not the ecological transformation, which is of course important, and many people in this conference will be addressing the ecological issues directly. Our concern was to look at the human impact of this type of environment. So we started at some point in our joint research, we asked each other, what is a plantation? One advantage of having two scholars work on this topic, in this case, one Canadian and one Indonesian, is that we have, of course, different perspectives on the plantation. So when I asked Pujo, what is a plantation? This was his definition. He said, a plantation is a giant, an inefficient and lazy giant, but still a giant. It takes up space. It is greedy and careless. It destroys everything around. It is human, but you cannot form a normal human relationship with it. It can trample you, eat you, or drain your strength, then spit you out. It guards its treasure. You cannot tame it or make it go away. You have to live with it, but it is a bit stupid. So if you are clever, you can steal from it. So this question of stealing is one that I will return to shortly. The definition that I came up with went like this. A plantation is a machine that assembles land, labor, and capital in huge quantities to produce monocrops for world markets. It is intrinsically colonial, based on the assumption that the people on the spot are incapable of efficient production. It takes life under control, space, time, flora, fauna, water, chemicals, people. It is owned by a corporation and run by managers along bureaucratic lines. So this is a plantation. What then is plantation life? Like, what is the kind of life that people lead when living as neighbors of giants or living in the context of a colonial machine? 15 million people in Indonesia already live the plantation life. The giants are firmly installed and they do all the things that Pujo says they do. They monopolize space, they use people's strength and toss them out like old rags. Our research investigated what it's like to live with giants and why, in fact, people try to steal from them. I want to start, though, with this question of what makes plantations intrinsically colonial. I would argue, or we do argue in our book, that yes,
your presentation didn't show the screen.
Sorry,
your presentation didn't show the screen. Have you? PPT?
Sorry, I'm sorry. What are you saying?
Have you PPT to?
Can I what?
PPT to share your screen.
Can I what?
PowerPoint, have you?
No.
Oh no. Oh, thank you. Yes.
No PowerPoint. I am talking now. Is that okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. I just showed some pictures and now I'm just going to talk.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. But I have to revert to where I was. Excuse me. Okay. So what makes plantations intrinsically colonial? To make this argument, we drew on the work of Malaysian historian Syed Hussein Alatas, who argues or who makes the analysis of what he calls the myth of the lazy native. This is a myth which was generated in colonial times and which basically argues that the native population, in this case, the population of Indonesia, is incompetent and incapable of utilizing land efficiently on its own. So the myth of the lazy native suggests that the natives do not know how to farm productively. They don't even make good workers, and therefore it's necessary to invite plantation corporations to take over the land and to use it productively in order to produce goods to support the national economy. So if one did not have the assumption that the natives were lazy or incompetent, there would be no need for plantations. If instead the colonial power, or today the Indonesian government, had the view that Indonesian farmers are very competent and very enthusiastic about planting oil palm and other crops, and in fact supported them to plant these crops, there would be no need to have plantations, and all of those red areas on the map that I showed would not be there, monopolizing space. So we argue that plantations are intrinsically colonial. They not only started in the colonial era, but they continue today after independence to embody the same colonial idea that the native farmers are not competent and should be pushed aside to make way for plantations. So this is a very important concept, we argue, to make sense of why so much land has been given to plantation corporations and why the local farmers are not trusted to do the job. So that's the first part of our argument. The second thing that we examine in some detail in our book has to do with the concept of what we call corporate occupation. What we argue is that these plantation corporations not only occupy space, all those red areas on the map are occupied by plantations, but they also take over the role of the government in many ways. When a plantation corporation comes into an area, the local government officials are asked, and in fact required, to offer their support. Plantation corporations are said to be the partners of government in creating prosperity in rural areas. And so these corporations are welcomed and assisted. And what this means for the local population is that if they have any problem with the plantation, they really have no one to turn to, because the local officials are all officially siding with and complicit, basically collaborating with the plantations. This is not to do with bad actors. This is the system which has been put in place in all of the plantation areas, where plantation corporations and the government work very closely together, and local populations are left without really anywhere to turn whenever they run into difficulties. This kind of occupation also historically in many contexts produces what we call in our book a mafia system. What it means is that for the people on the spot who are now living under corporate occupation, they know that the giant is firmly installed and they cannot make it go away. It's not possible to remove the occupying force. The best that you can do is to attempt to steal from it. So this was the point of Pujo's definition. The giants are a bit lazy. If you are clever, you can steal from them. For the local population that is left with virtually no access to land and often with no work, the best they can try to do is to steal some plantation fruit, perhaps some machinery, some fuel, some equipment, any small things that they can steal in order to try to survive under conditions of occupation. So the local population becomes thieves, but many people who work for the corporations are also thieves. What we found is that these plantations are leaky machines in which workers from top to bottom are also stealing from the corporations. They all feel, whatever their level of pay, that they are not paid enough, that the corporation is rich, while they, the workers and also the managers, are not rich. They too deserve a share of plantation wealth, and theft is one of the ways that they accomplish this. I can talk more about this later, but this systemic theft at every level of the plantation system is something that we found very clearly, and other researchers have found it too. So what is the harm then? If we think about the kinds of harm that occupation by plantation corporations produces, we can think of a list. First of all, the obvious environmental one, which has to do with forest loss, first of all. Secondly, with the massive presence of a monocrop, which cuts out all other species. So many kinds of flora and fauna which used to be present have now gone. So forest loss, monocropping, and species loss. Also climate risk, which is at this point, in fact, quite unknown. It is not known how 22 million hectares of farmland, 1/3 of Indonesia's total agricultural land. We don't know what will happen as the climate gets hotter. Will all this palm survive, or will it die? But what is clear is that it will be very difficult for this land to recover, because then there's no other species present. It will take generations, perhaps centuries, to regenerate as climate conditions change. So vast monocropping is definitely a climate risk. It's also a market risk as other oils become popular, soy and other competing oils. At any time, if the market collapses, 22 million hectares of monocrop palm are certainly a very risky commitment. So monopoly and risk. The monopoly is monopoly over land, which I have shown. which squeezes out diverse livelihoods and small-scale farms. We do not know what Indonesian farmers would produce or how they would creatively use this land if they were given the opportunity to develop it themselves. Instead, because they have been pushed off the land and are left in these tiny enclaves, we do not know what their creativity and commitment could have produced, but what we know is that their livelihoods are very challenging and their future prospects are very poor. There's also a loss of customary institutions. When a plantation corporation takes over the land, the customary practices of land use and land management and land control are eliminated, and people in the enclaves have no land. The smallholders or the plasma have access to land only on the terms dictated by the corporation. All of their customary procedures have gone. There is, we argue, a erosion or a loss of the rights that are normally accorded in Indonesia to citizens. In other places of Indonesia which are not under corporate occupation, if you have a difficulty with some other party that's causing you harm, you might go to your village head, or you might go to your lura, you might make a complaint. For example, if your water is polluted or someone is infringing on your land, you would have a place to complain and someone who would assist you. But in the plantation zone, all of these citizen rights are eroded because it's very well known that the plantation corporations will take over all the land, and also that water will be polluted and forest will be lost. But these harms are expected, and one could say they're even licensed or permitted. So the people on the spot really have no opportunity to protest against these harms. They are simply expected and taken as a price of doing business at their expense. Protests, therefore, make no headway. The only kinds of, you often find in plantation zones that there are protests at the early stage when the corporations are arriving. People try to stop them and they protest against their loss of land. But once the plantations are installed, it becomes quite obvious to the local people that the giants are here to stay. The occupying force has occupied them. They cannot make it go away. So they are left living with the giants, perhaps trying to steal from them, but their capacity to protest or to change their situation is extremely limited. So what's the fix for this? I've painted a very grim picture. What I want to briefly discuss before I finish is some alternatives that we could consider. So first of all, the kinds of alternative which are often suggested include something like corporate social responsibility. We argue that this approach is a hopeless one because corporate responsibility at most involves corporations in doing some small things like a school here or a clinic there, but it does not reverse the structure of occupation in which corporations occupy all the land and the people are relegated to the margins with no productive function. So corporate responsibility is never undertaken on a scale that would really equal the harms that the corporations have caused. Commitments to no deforestation are increasingly discussed, but they too are deeply problematic. Indonesia's moratorium on plantations only applies to designated forest land. But much of the land that plantations are using now is customary land, which is not forested, but is in fact people's rubber groves and their rice fields. This is the land that plantations are currently occupying. So a commitment not to deforest only directs corporations to make more use of the people's land, which does in fact doesn't save the forest, because people excluded from their farmland will find their way into the forest as a way of survival. So this is not a solution to the large-scale problem. Sustainability standards, we examine them closely in our book, but they do not address the fundamental problem of corporate occupation. Even a corporation, or one could say a giant, which is very virtuous, very good, obeys all the rules, tries to behave nicely, is still a giant. It is still occupying vast areas of land and squeezing out other land uses and other kinds of farming. So the main kind of fix that we are proposing really has to do with bringing an end to corporate occupation. Plantations, as we have argued, are a colonial format. In fact, they are not necessary. Indonesian farmers have shown themselves for hundreds of years to be very competent and enthusiastic farmers. The first coffee boom in Java was around 1700. Coffee was produced with great enthusiasm in the 19th century, in the 18th century. Cocoa, it was only a smallholder crop. Cocoa farmers in Sulawesi made Indonesia the third largest cocoa producer in the world during the 1990s. None of this required or involved plantations. All of it was the work of small-scale farmers who can do this job effectively, efficiently, and would like to do more of it if they were not being pushed aside by plantations and if the government offered them more support. So our argument is that oil palm is not the problem. The problem is plantations. The format of developing oil palm through the mechanism of large-scale plantations which occupy and monopolize vast areas of land, that is the biggest risk. Oil palm itself can be accommodated in farming landscapes that include a variety of crops, and this would be a much more just and equitable and also environmentally sound way of proceeding. So there is an alternative, and it's one that I think should be strongly considered. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. So moderator, I finished.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Tania Murelli. Morning, I'm very happy because we get new insight from your presentation about palm oil plantation land. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. I'd like to have 2 questions from the audience. The committee will present the question to the screen, and the questioner can read the questions directly to the speaker, Professor Tania Murelli. You can turn your microphone and make sure your camera is ready. That's the committee can start the question. So, Mr. Yasin Yusuf, please deliver your question to the speaker and Professor Tania Morelli can answer the question right away.
Okay. So on the first question about palm oil, and the price of palm oil, what you are feeling in Indonesia is the effect of inflation globally, which is making the prices of all commodities high. And in the case of Indonesia, it's supplying 50% of the world's market. So the moratorium that the government briefly imposed on export of palm oil was designed to protect Indonesian consumers and to reduce the price of oil. It was a temporary measure. It has, I believe, already been reversed. And it doesn't change the fact that oil palm is a commodity which Indonesia is both using and exporting on a massive global scale. So in relation to the second question, I think the issue is not the oil palm, as I mentioned. The model which should be developed, in my view, is not a plantation. Right? Plantations are, in fact, not necessary. Farmers can produce oil palm very efficiently on their own. So the big change which needs to happen is, in part, a mental change. This change which looks at a landscape and sees in a massive plantation with its linear grid and its massive mill an icon of modernity and efficiency, and look how wonderful now Indonesia is developed. This is an entirely wrong way of thinking about it. What has happened in that space is the occupation of Indonesian land by corporations and the exclusion of Indonesian farmers from the land that they themselves could use. This corporate occupation does not depend on who owns the corporation, whether it's Indonesian state-owned plantations or international plantations which are owned by global corporations, or plantations which are owned by private Indonesian corporations. About half of the plantation corporations are owned by Indonesian citizens and are private. They're not listed on stock exchange. They are private plantations. So this is not a question of foreigners taking over the land. This is a question of the form of a plantation corporation that's taking over the land. Whoever owns the corporation, the outcome is the same. The landscape is the same, and the harms to both environment and to people are the same. The question is not who owns the corporation, it's why are there corporations? That is the question. Just seeing another question here on land brokering. There's questions in the chat, Ms. Moderator.
From
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question about capitalism wins from Melinda. Yes, capitalism wins, but we would argue that capitalism, not all capitalisms are actually the same. The form of capitalism, which is the massive corporate-owned plantation, is completely different from the form of capitalism among small-scale farmers, who in fact, one could say, are far more capitalist in the sense that they have to pay market prices for land and for labor. They have to compete and they have to be efficient, or they lose their land. Plantation corporations, in contrast, are massively subsidized. by the government in the form of virtually free land concessions which are not at the market price, and also subsidized labor when the government organizes transmigration schemes to supply labor to plantations. So plantation corporations are subsidized. You could say they are not competitive. They don't even have to be efficient. Many of them would in fact collapse if they had to pay market prices for land and labor. It's the small scale capitalists, the small scale farmers, who in fact manage their resources efficiently and productively. And they could do, more farmers could do this if they were given some support. So yes, capitalism, but it's not the same kind of capitalism. And it's the massive corporate form that we are challenging here. So this question about land brokering, definitely. How do plantation companies, corporations acquire land? First, they obtain a license from government officials. Then they try to get the land released by the local population. The local population is not recognized as the full owners of the land. They are regarded as their land, because their land rights are not in the form of land titles, but in the form of customary rights. They are very weak when they try to negotiate with the plantation corporations and easily pushed aside. Basically, they are told, either accept this money we are giving you, small as it is, or we will take your land anyway, and you will receive nothing at all. So it's a coerced kind of transaction, and brokerage is a huge part of it. You're quite right. From Janice here, a question about the quote on plantations. It's in our book, just find the book. You'll find it there. Companies have grievance procedures and environmental and social watchdogs. Okay. So in our experience, there are no such grievance procedures. Maybe they exist in a few cases, but as I mentioned, most of Indonesia's plantations are in fact privately owned. They are not governed by this kind of public scrutiny or regulation. They do what they want, and they do not respond to grievances of any kind. If the local people complain, they are threatened, or the complainers are told to, they have really nowhere to go. That's precisely the problem. Not only can they not complain to the corporation, they can't complain to government officials either, because the government officials are all paid by the corporation as part of their official role in coordination teams. So it's precisely the normal grievance mechanism in which someone who suffers a harm could go to the government official, go to their headman, go to the Department of Labor, go to the Department of Environment and make a complaint. But all of these people are officially tasked with supporting the corporations, and therefore they cannot support the people. So it's the lack of grievance mechanisms which is quite chronic in these plantation areas.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for Mr. Yasin and Marcelinus, and Ms. Nota Mayanti and Dr. Shenistri for the question, and thank you for Professor Tania for answering the question. Hopefully that give you well explanation to the questionnaire and as well as constructive.
I'm sorry, I can't, the sound is not good. I just would mention the book that I'm describing to you has been translated into Indonesian and by Pujo, and it's available. I've put the address in the chat. It's published by Margin Kiri, and it's called Hidup Bersama Raksasa, Living with the Giant. So this book is available in Indonesian, and I hope you will find it interesting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Morally, about your book, Living with the Giant. Hidup bersama raksasa, a giant. Okay. Living with the giant. When the book can be find?
If you look in the chat, I've put the address there.
Oh, ebook.
It's published by Margin Kiri, and it's called Hidup Bersama Raksasa. It's quite easy to find, and it's not expensive.
Okay, thank you, Professor Tania Morelli. Okay, thank you, Professor Tania Morelli, for joining with us. Nice presentation, and we get new insight about the palm oil prevention plan. Yeah, I hope to see you again in the next session or the next conference.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attention. I have to leave you now because for me, the time is already very late at night in Canada, and I wish you success in the remainder of the conference. And thank you again for your attention. Goodbye.
No, wait for a moment, Professor Tania. We would like to hand over a certificate and our gratitude and a memento from us to Professor Tania Morelli. And symbolic, the committee can show the certificate to Professor Tania Morelli.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for keeping the time and sharing such extraordinary material with us. Hopefully, this knowledge will be useful for all of us. Give applause to Professor Tania Morelli.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Stay healthy, Professor. Okay. And then move to Dr. Janice Lee. Are you here?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
See you on camera. Dr. Janice Lee.
Yeah, I'm fixing my mic. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think I'm on video now.
Okay. Good morning. Dr.
Morning. Good to see you.
Okay. Okay, the same with the speaker. Dr. Janice Lee have 40 minutes to present your paper. Before your presentation, may I read your profile? Dr. Janice Lee is lecturer in Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. She has assistant professor at Asian School of the Environment and PR of Couple Human and Natural System Lab, PR at Earth Observatory Singapore, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. I have noticed she has more 30 publications about oil palm. And she has often invited a speaker or keynote more times. Yeah. Dr. Janice Lee, Postdoctoral Institute, French University. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Janice Lee, we please you to deliver the paper on the topic Global Environmental Impact of the Logging, Fiber, Oil Palm, and Mining Industries in Indonesia. Please welcome Dr. Janice Lee.
Thank you very much, moderator Dr. Lita. Do I share my screen? I think I have post disabled participant screen sharing. So if you could let me share my screen, I could proceed. My voice is not clear. Can you hear me? Okay, give me a second. I'll try to do something. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, could you let me share my screen? Okay, now I think I can share. All right. Give me a second. Okay, sorry for the interruptions. I think I have a few electronics in my room that are contributing to the noise. So I think let me just see. Yes. So, thanks for inviting me. It's really nice to be able to present to researchers and also teachers and academics from Indonesia. So I have, I think previously also been in this conference, and it's really nice, Dr. Yasin Yasuk, to invite me back. So the title of my presentation that was assigned to me is about these comparisons of environmental impacts across these different industries in Indonesia. As mentioned by the moderator, I'm based in NTU, which is close to Indonesia, and I am also part of the faculty in the Asian School of the Environment and a PI at the Earth Observatory of Singapore. I realized let me just start video. Apologies, I didn't realize my video was off. So I'll just make some presentations about the work of what I've done quite a while back, actually related to these environmental impacts. But the last part, I kind of want to link it also to Singapore and the role of Singapore in the issue of corporate occupation, like what Prof. Tanya had mentioned. Singapore being highly capitalistic in terms of our society and also our economic structure has definitely a role to play in terms of this issue of corporate expansion in Indonesia. So maybe just a bit about myself. I think I consider myself more in this field of land system science, where we look into land use change using remote sensing and geospatial analysis. But to really understand what's on the ground, because the images can really tell you so much, you really need to engage with scientists across the socioeconomic, geographical sciences, natural sciences, and then to link these images in the sky to what's going on the ground or field surveys to better develop our understanding of the phenomena of land use and land cover change that's happening in this part of the world, specifically deforestation, agricultural expansion, reforestation as well. So I think this doesn't really need much introduction. Globally, I think there's great attention to land use change with some very important reports at the global level published on how land use change is a major contributor to climate change and also biodiversity loss. And I think specifically in the tropics, there's a lot of attention paid to deforestation that's driven by agricultural commodities. So this is a small figure that was produced by WRI showing the leading drivers of tropical deforestation. We often talk about palm oil, but of course there are other kinds of commodities like cattle, soy, also cocoa, plantation rubber, coffee, plantation wood fiber, which are also industries that are quite active and present in Indonesia. So this is the outline of my talk. I will discuss some work that I did in the past, looking at deforestation across different industries in Indonesia, also comparing industrial and smallholder palm oil driven deforestation. But because this work was done quite a while back, almost 10 years ago, I think there has been actually quite a lot of good studies published recently. So I also bring these studies in to discuss how, what are some of the more recent trends compared to the work that I did that compared deforestation from 2000 to 2010. Then I'll link some of this into the country that I'm in and from, Singapore. So comparing deforestation among these different industries, this was a paper that we worked on quite a while back. And that was a time when I was actually a PhD student at ETH in Zurich. And we were looking at palm oil, plantation fiber, logging, and also mining industries across Indonesia. So we were keen to understand the magnitudes of recent forest loss. I mean, of course, now it's not so recent, but back then, 2000 to 2010, using concession data, which are these lands that are leased to these companies by the government. And we focus on oil palm, logging, fiber, and also coal mining, because these were the concession data that we could get our hands on. We also look into quantifying the extent of forests that actually remain within these concessions. So the concessions might not necessarily clear 100% of the land or the forest within the concessions, mainly because some of these areas are not very productive. They're too hilly, they're too difficult to produce crops on. So they are left as set sites within the concessions. So this was a purely geospatial analysis where we use data from CRISP, which is a remote sensing institute in National University of Singapore. So Yuka Mitternen, who was working there at that time, had produced these maps from 2000 to 2010 at a 250-meter resolution. So these are land cover maps with, I think, about 13 land cover classes. The red that you see, the green that you see here are the forest areas, which are found in Indonesia. I think, I can't remember the classes in terms of the colors, but there's one specific class which is more focused on large-scale oil palm plantations. And that's something that we use in trying to also understand this land cover change process. So this land cover data was then overlaid with the land use data, which are these oil palm industrial concessions. So I think previously, Prof. Tanya also showed the oil palm concessions in red, which actually I think covered more areas in Sumatra and perhaps more areas in Papua, which is probably a more updated map. This map that we sourced was around 2010, so it wasn't something that is so updated as compared to 2018. So at that time, these were the maps that we used in terms of oil palm industrial concessions, which cover about 12.1 million hectares or 7% of the land area, but this has definitely increased since then. Fiber industrial concessions, which are your HTI, which is being used to produce eucalyptus and also acacia plantations. Logging industrial concessions, which are your HPH, which are being used for clearing timber. So these are covering about even higher, 23.9 million or about 14% of the land area. And oftentimes these HPH are being converted to, I think, oil palm or acacia plantations after they have been logged over. And then coal mining concessions, which we found cover about 4.1 million hectares or 2% of the land area. But we only managed to get this data for Sumatra and Kalimantan and not for the other islands in Indonesia. So if you pull it all together, it's about 56 million hectares or about 33% of the land area with these concessions that we obtained at that time. Again, just note that, this is a little bit outdated because it was done in 2011, 2012. I mean, I'm sure the concession information has changed or updated since then. One thing that we found is that there's a lot of mixed concessions, meaning that there's a lot of overlapping land use. So that amounted to about 5.8 million hectares or 3% of the land area. So some assumptions, limitations, and caveats. We will focus on forest loss within the concessions. Industrial activities outside these concessions were not considered. We focus on 4 industries. Of course, there are other causes of forest loss, such as the other commodities that I mentioned, small-scale agriculture, illegal logging, and fires, which is also a very major issue. Mining impacts, as I mentioned, was only limited to coal. There were other kinds of mining going on like gold or nickel, but we didn't look into those mining impacts. And also for only 2 islands. And we assume that all loss that is occurring within the concessions is attributed to the industry. So of course, there could be issues related to encroachment or fires that are happening in the industry that were not controllable by them. However, we still attributed that, just for simplicity, that loss was actually because of the industry. And there are also all these transitions of land cover between 2000 to 2010. So for example, it could be forest, grassland, and then oil palm, but we couldn't really have that resolution in the land cover maps. So we just assumed that any change from forest to oil palm was a direct change, and we didn't consider these like indirect land cover transitions. So I think what you can see here is an example of how land cover had changed from 2000 to 2010. And the green areas are being converted into, I think, these orange areas or purple areas, representing either small-scale agriculture or mixed agriculture or plantations, oil palm plantations. So altogether, Indonesia would lost about 14.7 million hectares, according to our analysis from 2000 to 2010. And this was the attribution to the industry in terms of oil palm, logging, fiber, mining, mixed concessions. But there's a large chunk that actually were occurring outside of these concessions, and we couldn't really account for, what are the drivers related to this deforestation occurring outside these concessions, and could be related to what I had mentioned earlier. So all in all, there was about 45% attributed to all these industries. And if we break it down into the types of forests, because Indonesia doesn't just have, lowland forests, they also have peat swamp forests, lower montane, mangrove and upper montane forests. So these are very low, mainly because most of these deforestations occur in places which are more accessible and low-lying, so lowland and peat swamp forests. And this is the proportion attributed to the different industries. So oil palm, again, showing one of the major drivers, but logging as well as fiber, which I think probably don't receive as much attention, but is increasingly being scrutinized in terms of their practices in more recent studies. Mining doesn't contribute too much, and then mixed concessions, which actually do represent quite a large proportion, meaning that there's a lot of unclear overlapping land use tenure or land users that I mentioned, the mixed concessions. But this deforestation is occurring in these like overlapping areas, which is difficult for us to attribute which industry is actually driving the deforestation. And these are forest loss attributable to industries according to islands. So Kalimantan, as you can see, has lost most of the forests in 2000 to 2010 compared to Sumatra. And also the types of forests are, or rather the industries responsible are different. So oil palm plays a major role in terms of the deforestation occurring in Kalimantan within this time frame. But in Sumatra, actually, a lot of the deforestation was led by fiber industries, like the acacia and also the eucalyptus plantations. So forests that were remaining within these industries, these were also a statistic that we wanted to find out to try to understand then what kind of mechanisms can we implement to encourage industries to preserve these remaining forests. So as quite typical as you can expect, most of the forests are present in logging concessions because they're not replaced by monoculture plantations. However, fiber concessions do contain quite a bit of forests within their concessions. So do oil palm mix as well as mixed concessions. So there is some value in terms of conserving these forests within the concessions. And then if we look into the types of forests that were present within these concessions, most of it is coming from lowland forests within the logging industry. But you do see that there's also quite a bit of peat swamp forests remaining, for example, in the fiber concessions, and also in the lowland forests within the fiber concessions. Not too much within the oil palms. and also quite a bit within the mixed concession. I think this is a different color, it should be gray, which kind of represents a need for clarity in terms of land tenure and also concession data, which is it's always a problem in terms of getting clarity with these concession information. All right, so this is just representing in terms of the islands for remaining forests within the concessions. Again, Kalimantan has a large potential, likewise for Papua. So I think the attention for conservation, in terms of preserving these forests is looking into these logging concessions and to try to avoid conversion of these logging concessions into plantation concessions like oil palm or acacia or eucalyptus. I don't think that actually there has been quite a lot of change since our analysis was done. I mean, judging from the oil palm concession information shown by Prof. Tanya, it looks like actually a lot of the logging concessions were converted to oil palm. And simply because there is a lot of value for tax revenues for local governments to obtain when timber is actually being extracted from these districts and provinces. So as a summary, oil palm is accountable for the largest recent losses in Kalimantan, but less so in Sumatra. And this is, again, 2000 to 2010. I'm not saying that this is like 2010 to 2020, so do bear that in mind. Logging concessions still retain a large proportion of these forest types. So, the need for conserving these forests within these concessions. Also need to have better communications of conservation values for these remaining logged forests. Because oftentimes companies say, oh, but we don't clear primary forests. But, while primary forests are very important, I think we recognize that there's very little remaining primary forests left actually within Southeast Asia. And so we shouldn't just say that log over forest has got no conservation value and it's permissible for log over forests to be cleared. Because many studies have also shown that, there are some high carbon stocks and biodiversity values in log over forests. So sometimes I think the communication also about the types of forests and also their conservation values need to be, we need to carefully, communicate that as conservation scientists. Mixed concessions need for better spatial maps as mentioned. So more than half actually is occurring outside. So what are the other drivers of deforestation, which is not something that we focus on in this paper. But I think, in this more recent paper published in 2019 by Keeman Austin and her colleagues, they did look into the drivers of deforestation, even outside of these concessions. And this is just some of the summary of the main results that they obtained. And I think a better updated piece of work compared to what we've done in the past. So what they've done here is actually look into the deforestation from 2001 to 2016 caused by each driver category. So similar drivers as what we had, but expanding their driver types more than just, within the concessions, but actually taking into account also like the plantations, as mentioned, also other kinds of land uses like grassland, small-scale agriculture, and then, related to logging roads, secondary forests, mining, fish ponds, especially I think around the mangrove areas. So for the whole of Indonesia, you can see the proportion that's also being listed in the column here. And, oil palm again comes out as being one of the highest in terms of deforestation nationwide from 2001 to 2016. Grassland and shrublands, which is a close second. And then I think it would be small-scale agriculture, timber plantations that are also leading the deforestation in Indonesia. So you can see the breakdown as well in the different islands. So for Sumatra, it's oil palm and I think timber mostly. I think quite a lot of grassland, also small-scale agriculture. for Kalimantan, likewise, similar drivers as Sumatra. And then for the other islands, it's quite different. Yeah, so So just to give an updated sense of like, what are some of the other drivers of land use change that's also happening, apart from what we had also observed within the concessions. And I think that, they did a more detailed remote sensing study to look into exactly what was the land use change that occurred during this time frame from 2001 to 2016, and not just make the assumptions and that we had made within the concessions data that we had used. So if you're interested to know more, I do encourage you to read up Keeman's paper published in ERL. Right. So the next part of the talk that I will discuss, apart from the main topic that was given to me, which is to look into the different sectors, I thought, it was also useful to discuss some of the other papers that I've worked on looking into palm oil driven deforestation, but comparing industries and also smallholders. So this was also work done in ETH together with IPB and also some folks from C4. And I think, we often look into the increase in the palm oil cultivated from the different sectors. And we know that, the private estates have a very high level of, or high rate of expansion in terms of palm oil planted area. But the rate of expansion for smallholder palm oil is also really high. And I think that's something that is kind of overlooked in at that time. I'm talking about, almost 10 years ago, in terms of the literature to study, what's happening with regards to smallholder palm oil expansion. The government estates have always been quite, they haven't really increased much over the years, especially during this time frame, but perhaps the expansion occurred in the 1970s or 80s. So we wanted to look into this comparison for the smallholder sector and also the industries. Also bearing in mind that oftentimes the government does cite these statistics that 40% of Indonesia's palm oil sector is covered by the smallholders, 60% by the estates. So, who are the smallholders in Indonesia? What do they do? There are actually a really great variation in terms of who we call as smallholders. I think sometimes when we say smallholder, we just say non-corporate or doesn't own a big plantation. But they can own a range of sizes of plantations, on average about 2 hectares. The model of a smallholder is also very different between the different islands. I think Sumatra and Kalimantan, they're also very different types of smallholders. Their cultural backgrounds can be very different. Also the schemes that they participate in, whether they are purely independent or if they're actually having like a joint partnership with a company like plasma and scheme smallholders. But also do bear in mind, many of the plasma and scheme smallholders, while they might own a plantation, which is in partnership with the company, they can actually also own their own independent small holdings. So during my time as a PhD student talking to smallholders, many of them actually have like 2 plots of land that is like managed together with the company, and then maybe about 1 or 2 that they actually own independent of any contracts related to the company. So they sort of transfer their knowledge and skills from what they've learned from the company, and then they become little entrepreneurs and they develop their own independent small holdings. So the history of the development began through many of these government schemes like Peer Trans, KKPA. And so this typology of smallholders have really evolved over time. So there's, I think there are a few publications now that look into the types of smallholders and also who they are and how do they produce palm oil in different provinces and also different landscapes like mineral or peat soils. All right, so I think, as I mentioned, a lot of focus on big plantations, but not so much focus on small holdings. So our objectives really were to look into the smallholder oil palm sector and also compare the impacts among these 3 sectors, the small holdings enterprises, private enterprises, and also state-owned plantations. This work was more focused on Sumatra, which is a very important island for planting oil palm. So 66% of Indonesia's oil palm cultivated area, and also 76% of the national CPO production comes from Sumatra. Again, these statistics might be a bit outdated because they are for, I think, around the time of 2012, 2011. Also consisting about 81% of Indonesia's smallholder oil palm plantations, more than what we have in Kalimantan. Again, just saying that, bear in mind the statistics may be a bit outdated. And we obtain these sectorial boundaries from both Greenpeace and also P4W, which is a spatial planning center in IPB. So we obtain access to the types of sectorial boundaries that we classify as smallholder, state-owned, and also private enterprises. And then using the same data set as I shown earlier from CRISP in NUS, we specifically were targeting forest laws, so looking at peat swamp forests, mangrove, and also lowland forests that were happening within these concessions. So this is just a close-up of one of the concession areas in Riau. And you can see private enterprises showing peat swamp forest loss and lowland forest loss, and smallholder sectorial boundaries where peat swamp forest loss has occurred. So some limitations of our work, I think we only considered smallholder plantations that were greater than 25 hectares, so nothing that was less than 25 hectares. And this was being defined within the sectorial boundary dataset. And we remove any overlaps among sectors and also with timber plantation concessions so that we try to get a very conservative estimate of these deforestation patterns. Then we conducted a land cover change analysis, looking at land cover from the year 2000 to the year 2010. So you can see the transition in these two slides, right? In terms of the categories of land cover that has changed over time. So some results, the total forest loss in 2000 to 2010 was about 3.5 million hectares. About 20% was actually attributed to our oil palm concession boundaries in this study. And of this 20%, we had about 383,000 hectares coming from peat swamp and about 289,000 hectares coming from lowland forests. A very small sliver coming from mangrove forest. So of this amount of forest, especially peat swamp forest that was cut off, in terms of attributing to the different sectors, private enterprises were actually leading the development, the clearance of peat swamp forests in Sumatra compared to small holdings. And then for lowland forest, again, private enterprises were also leading the cause of deforestation. Smallholders had a higher percentage, but still lower compared to the private enterprises, and about 2% attributed to state-owned plantations. So if we do a carbon calculation from this land cover change, we can look into how much carbon emissions were emitted from the oil palm sector due to deforestation, and about 70 to 77% of the emissions from the oil palm industry came from specifically peat swamp forest loss within the private enterprises during this time period, 2000 to 2010. So private enterprises are predominantly responsible for forest losses within the oil palm industry in Sumatra. CO2 emissions from oil palm industry are largely derived from peat swamp forest loss within the private enterprises. And unfortunately, the kind of work that we have done was more focused on much larger smallholders and also scheme smallholders rather than independent smallholders. So it's a very conservative value or estimate in terms of the smallholder-driven deforestation. And we highly recommended in that paper that, independent smallholders seem to be gaining in terms of their, wealth and also their ability to expand their plantations, and so they require further investigation. And again, this work was done back in 2012, and I think in more recent studies they have shown that in some provinces, some landscapes, smallholder sectors or the smallholder oil palm is actually driving quite a lot of the peat swamp deforestation. At least I know one study that was conducted in Kalimantan. But yeah, I think more work definitely needs to be done. And I think this paper from David Gaviu, which was published this year, helped to clarify a lot more in greater detail what we've done earlier in terms of the comparison between industrial and also smallholder oil palm. So here, what they've done in their summary slide, they looked into forest loss for Indonesia and across the major islands. They also were able to look into the conversion from forest into oil palm. So you can see, Sumatra and Kalimantan often leading the charge, but a very quick close third is actually Papua, which is something that's of great concern. And in terms of industrial oil palm conversion, you do see that Kalimantan and Papua, they do show very high levels of deforestation into industrial oil palm. But for smallholder oil palm, we do see actually quite a large proportion of that happening in Sumatra. So it's almost, in fact, it's slightly higher or almost equivalent to industrial oil palm conversion. And I think this work was done in more recent times, so between 2001 to 2019. Yeah, so it's a much more updated piece of work that compares the environmental impact between the industrial and also smallholder oil palm. This map or these graphs that is reproduced from Gaviu et al. Also tell you the temporal changes in terms of these deforestation and conversion patterns. All right, so you can see for industrial and also smallholder oil palm expansion, when these expansions had taken place, and also the types of land use. So we will focus more on the forest areas, but like what Prof. Tanya had mentioned, there's also a lot of non-forest converted to plantations, and this could come from the rubber fields or the rice fields that are coming from community lands or, other kinds of, types of land uses that get converted apart from forests. So you do see also this in greater detail in terms of like the types of land use converted to oil palm, and specifically in this case for industrial oil palm and also for smallholder oil palm, right? And you can see that these values change over this time period. And I think what Gaviu et al. Also tried to do was to correlate the land use change with crude palm oil prices to see whether or not there is this relationship, correlative relationship in terms of high palm oil prices and hence higher land use conversion to oil palm plantations. And I think they do show some statistically significant positive correlations between land use conversion from whatever land use to oil palm, as well as higher oil palm prices in the market. Okay, lastly, I'll just want to touch on commodity deforestation in Indonesia and how it's linked to Singapore. And we think about the palm oil landscape often from a producer perspective, at least in the last two, even my talk and also what Prof. Tanya had discussed. But there's this whole supply chain that's linking the producers to the consumers. The processing facilities, which are mostly found in Singapore and Malaysia and also Indonesia, the trade and consumption, like what Prof. Tanya had mentioned in India, China, and EU, and then the consumers that are, not just within these countries, but also domestically. Indonesia is such a big consumer of palm oil. So Singapore plays actually quite a very important role in every aspect of the supply chain. And I think, what Singapore could do to try to encourage greater transparency or greater sustainability, especially within the corporations that are often HQ or located within Singapore. One of them being certification standards. Understandably, there are limitations that were mentioned also by Prof. Tanya in relation to how effective these certification standards are. But it is one mechanism to try to encourage companies to move in this direction. at least to install better facilities for their workers, or to have better landscape management by having riparian buffers, for example, or providing better protective gear for their workers. From our end, we also try to evaluate the effectiveness of these voluntary sustainability standards. So we work together with an economist to look into spatially, what are some of the indicators that we can draw out to try to see whether or not RSPO had promoted village development and also supported environmental quality. So based on the data that we had, we actually found that primary deforestation declined in villages that were associated with RSPO concessions. There was more primary forest remaining, at least within the island of Sumatra, in villages that were associated with RSPO certified companies. Also, the incidence of land pollution was reported to be lower in the villages that were associated with RSPO companies in Kalimantan. So there are differential effects also in different islands based on this figure that we have here. When we look at development indicators, we had quite a lot, but actually in the end, very few showed up as being positive. One of them being private educational facilities in Kalimantan that had a higher, so villages which had overlaps with RSPO certified concessions had higher number of private educational facilities compared to non-certified concessions. But I think, when we look at this figure, which looks into population density, some of our values or some of our results were also related to this issue of population density. So in Sumatra, there's a lower population density in villages that were associated with RSPO certified concessions. And we were wondering, whether that significant effect has got anything to also, like how does that also affect our other village and also environmental quality indicators. So very mixed bag of results in terms of whether RSPO actually has a positive or rather follows through with all the positive claims that it makes, right? So I think in terms of our data set, we only looked at this information from 2007 to 2014. There's this time period of up to 2020, which we haven't really assessed. And I think that's probably some of the reasons of why, we don't see so much progress, because these changes take time to effect. So one way in which Singapore could try to encourage corporations to effect better practices in their producing landscapes is to encourage them to take up certification. And that also needs to come from retailers and also consumer pressure. Speaking of consumer pressure, NTU, which is a university that I'm based in, had a very interesting study conducted with an NGO, a local NGO in Singapore, that looked into what would it take for people who were selling food to use sustainable palm oil instead of non-sustainable palm oil. So this certified sustainable palm oil, which costs a bit more, but a consumer survey among the students in the university actually showed that they were also willing to pay slightly more for their food in order to, consume sustainable palm oil within their food. So trying to encourage also from the ground up perspective, not just the producer side, but also focusing on the consuming countries to encourage the supply chain to move into better management practices. Another aspect also about focusing on the companies is to encourage them to make better disclosure about what they are doing on the ground. So Singapore is a very important trader, right, for a lot of agricultural commodities. And in more recent times, the Singapore Stock Exchange had made all companies produce sustainability reports. So within the sustainability report, you're supposed to disclose how much you're polluting, or where you're operating in terms of your businesses, whether you've achieved like transparency and traceability within your supply chain. However, a lot of these reporting standards are ad hoc. So they are not exactly standardized across the different companies. They make the reporting mandatory, but there's no standard to follow, right? So if we look across the climate change disclosures in this figure, actually 45% do discuss climate change as a ESG factor, which I think is about environmental, social, governance indicators within their corporate practices. 35% disclose performance data related to climate change, but really like less than 2% use actually a proper reporting framework that discuss, how they actually tackling this issue of climate change and carbon emissions within their operations. So it's not a great, while it's a good intention of SGX to promote mandatory reporting, but if everybody can report in their own way and there's no standardized way to make companies account and hold them to high standards in terms of accounting, then there really isn't a point actually. So there needs to be more done from the regulatory board in Singapore, like SGX, to push for a standardized reporting like the accountability framework, which has a lot more data and detailed reporting going into sustainability reports. All right, so financiers, traders, processors, consumer good companies, in terms of pushing them towards sustainability financing and sourcing policies for palm oil, is what Singapore could also do. On the legislation side, right, I think Singapore had actually implemented this Transboundary Haze Pollution Act. So while it doesn't quite target the issue of palm oil sustainability, it targets one aspect of it, which is the issue of burning land. And so companies that are caught, through remote sensing images, but having fires within their lands during the haze period can be prosecuted within Singapore. And while this had been set up in 2015, 2014, 2015, I think so far actually there hasn't been a case of prosecution, mostly warnings that are given to the companies, but hasn't exactly been implemented. So, we also wonder to what extent do these acts have, are they being implemented and being are pushing, these producer companies based in Singapore to clean up their act. I think there is a signal given to the companies and also apart from a signal, like just a way to encourage companies to be much more vigilant during the haze season. But again, this is just one part of the sustainability aspect, right? There's so many aspects like labor issues and all, which this law doesn't really cover. Yeah, and then I think generally just thinking about investments and how this is actually a very real issue coming up in a lot of reputational risk reports within corporates and how they need to take note of it. So Norway had sort of ditched a few, like 33 companies related to palm oil because of deforestation. And this is an increasing, it hasn't really been seen in Singapore, but I think in terms of financials, concerns, and also banks, they are being pressured by the Singapore government to at least gather information now about what's happening to the firms that they're investing in, and to make sure that they're not linked to these problems like exploitation and also deforestation. It's still very much a soft approach, I think. However, there are legislations being driven at the EU to talk about banning any products that are related to deforestation, not just palm oil, but also beef and soy. And, I think once these kinds of legislations, which are much more hard approaches, taking place in EU and also the US, they will also trickle down to this part of the world in Asia. And I think that's where corporations would definitely be looking into their supply chains. And these supply chains would for sure encompass the private plantations that Prof. Tanya had talked about, that maybe do not hold much visibility in the international space, but they do supply a lot of their fresh fruit bunches and palm oil to the bigger companies like Golden Agri Resource, Musim Mas, that are major traders in terms of palm oil. I think lastly, I just close with a few slides on thinking about the purpose of palm oil. So we also embarked on a study to think about where palm oil is going. And we know a lot of palm oil is going into edible oils, which is something that occupies maybe 80% of the consumption, I think, of palm oil. But there's actually a growing trend in terms of palm oil use in processed foods. And I think when we search palm oil on the internet and we look for pictures, we often see a lot of processed food pictures that are shown to us, like biscuits and the things that are very nice to eat, but not very good for nutrition and health. So we quantified what is the global vegetable oil that will be used for junk foods. In our case, we consider junk foods as very processed foods, and that would be about 17.1 million metrics of oil. And if we were to do some back of the envelope calculations and say that, this percentage of vegetable oil is coming from palm oil, and do some back of the envelope calculations in terms of land use, we're actually looking into a substantial amount of land that is contributing towards the production of palm oil that is going towards processed foods. So, there's a need for nutritionists, for ecologists, for agronomists to come together and talk about what exactly, is the food industry, where is it headed, right? If we're talking about, this trade-off of land for food security, fair enough, there is this very important need to feed people. But if we're feeding people with poor nutrition, then I think that's something that is very, it doesn't serve any purpose, right, in terms of clearing forest and also biodiversity and exploiting people just to produce food that is actually not useful and can be harmful for people. And I think lastly, like what Prof. Tanya had mentioned, this aspect about plantations being the way for continued existence of oil palm. So oil palm is not the problem. Plantations is the problem. And, like what she had mentioned, it's a colonial issue because these are very old forms of production where collective land practices are removed. These individual property ownerships are being imposed, especially by people who are not actually living in these areas previously. Also, the governance systems support these private actors rather than the local communities. And this idea about plantations having to maximize use, but in actuality, not always being so efficient, like what was being mentioned in the previous talk. So it definitely is a legacy of the colonial era. And while many countries have achieved independence, but we haven't quite achieved the independence in our mental space or our economic space, I think. So these effects of the colonial era remain, and these plantation systems are, found across Southeast Asia, which are legacies of our past. So the justification of the methods in terms of these modern plantation expansion actually parallel all these colonial practices. And so, the model probably needs to be changed. So moving in terms of a monoculture to a more agroforestry model, which I think would probably be the long-term kind of solution that we should look into and investigate rather than continued plantation expansion. So I think a bit of this problem is contributed by the conservation side of, because there was also previously a debate between land sparing and land sharing, and which of these approaches best conserve biodiversity. So land sparing would be something that is very much high yield intensive agricultural production. Land sharing was a bit more low yield, but more diversified systems of production. And the conservation literature, at least within the oil palm space, had very strongly supported the land sparing approach, which was to produce high yield and then to protect larger extents of forest using biodiversity indicators. But I think so far, having proposed those approaches in the last 10, 20 years, nothing actually had changed. You do see continued deforestation and biodiversity loss and exploitation. So, while theoretically, these things do work out in our models and in our statistics, in reality, I think the political processes that are needed to support the remaining forest, they don't exist. And, I think, the conservation science community has to reassess the realities of conservation, apart from just like using models to support their argument. So I think the agroforestry model now is having a comeback in terms of a new or a better model of production for palm oil. So I think with that, I end my presentation. And I think thanks very much for your time and listening to me.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Dr. Janice Lee. You giving us such informative and interesting presentation. We get knowledge that land use change is major contributor to climate change and biodiversity loss. And your presentation said that tropical deforestation driven by agricultural commodities, forests remaining within industry 26.8 million hectares, and private enterprise are primarily responsible for forest losses with the palm oil industry in Sumatra. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now come to the question and answer session. In the chat, I have no already any question. Maybe the press participant will stand with Dr. Janice Lee presentation. Concentration until the end. Okay. Maybe the questioner can straight to the speaker with the raise hand feature in Zoom. Maybe any question? Hello.
Yeah, thanks, moderator. I see 3 questions already. I think.
Oh, I see.
From
Yes.
Dr.
Yasin Yusuf, Marcelinus Utama, and Mundi Rahayu.
Yeah, I could just read out the question and then answer them. So according to me, the development of deforestation in the last 10 years in Indonesia caused by extractive industries tend to decrease, or is it getting worse? So I think, let's say the last 10 years is 2010 to 2020. David Gavil's work, it does show that the rate of expansion for oil palm is not as high as before. So there is a decrease in terms of the expansion of oil palm plantations from this 2010 to 2020 period. We don't know what is it going to be like now. Palm oil prices in very recent months had skyrocketed, and that could have a change in the trend. But at least for palm oil, it does seem to be contained in terms of the area of expansion. There are some very worrisome cases, especially in Papua, in Kalimantan. So I'm not saying that, in these specific provinces, we don't need to care about it. But in general, I think overall in Indonesia, the trend does seem to be slower or being stabilized. But I would say it's still, we shouldn't be complacent and not monitor it and to be continuously on the ball on this issue. Other kinds of extractive industries, I guess mining could be an issue, but we don't really know the data in terms of there hasn't really been a study that's looked at it in more recent times. For HTE, so like acacia and eucalyptus plantations, it's also hard for me to say in the last 10 years what had happened. Likewise for logging. I mean, based on what Prof. Tanya had shown in terms of the oil palm concessions in 2018, it does look like, quite a lot of the HPH had been converted to oil palm. So, there could be a decline in the timber industry but an increase in the monoculture plantation industry. So unfortunately, I don't have the data to answer this question, but I think if more studies could be conducted, I think we could have a better answer. I think for Marcelina's question, do you think RSPO is effective enough to spur a more sustainable palm oil plantation? And how far is progress in Indonesian case? I do think the RSPO has its benefits, especially being able to observe its implementation, its evolution since 2007, which is when prior to that companies really just didn't care. But I think after RSPO was implemented and a very strong spotlight on this issue had taken place in the international media, the bigger companies, which are not the ones that was mentioned by Prof. Tanya, so those that are based in Singapore, have very really widespread networks of suppliers across Indonesia, Malaysia, even outside of this region. I think they do sit up and notice the critical attention that is being paid to their production. And while they can be more confident in saying that their direct suppliers are being monitored, or do not deforest or do not burn, they have very little say over their indirect suppliers. And if we were to look at the supply base for the very big companies like Roma, Musimas, Cargill, Gar, I mean, like a number of them actually have more than 50% of their supply base that's coming from indirect suppliers. So indirect suppliers being the actors that Prof. Tanya had mentioned. So these are like plantations that are owned by private individuals in Indonesia, smallholders, and to be able to trace where this palm oil is coming from, this FFB is coming from, is a very massive task that they have started to undertake. So it's not complete yet. Sometimes they themselves don't know where their suppliers are coming from, which is a red flag and a reputational risk for them. So, mechanisms like RSPO, they do work effectively, I think, for the plantations that these big companies own. But I think there's a very limited reach for these other actors or plantations that are not directly owned by these big companies. Yeah. So there's a lot more that can be done. And I think it is very limited in its reach in Indonesia. So I think it needs to be coming more from the Indonesian government or, the plantation departments in terms of regulation.
Okay. Dr. Janisi, you can answer shortly because you only have 1 minute again to answer the question.
Okay, sure. Maybe just these two questions. What are the effective ways to deal and the danger of the land change in mining? And then next 10 to 20 year palm business will exist stronger. Wow, these are difficult questions. It's hard to answer within 1 minute. I would say that effective ways to deal with deforestation, it is a very complex issue. I think a lot of regulation actually from the Indonesian side would be needed. But because of these political networks with the companies, it makes the justice system and the grievance process, lean more towards the corporation. So it is difficult to actually have just ways of dealing with the deforestation issue. Mining industries and plantations, I think there's still a lot more that's needed to cover in terms of mining industries. Not much work has been done in Indonesia, and I think more work should be done to look into, not just coal mining, but other kinds of mining practices. Then I think the next 10 to 20 years, will it still exist stronger? So bear in mind that EU is only the third consumer. India and China are the first two for Indonesia. So I don't think the palm oil business will go away anytime soon. I do think that as long as we have the presence of India and China and a strong emerging middle class that consumes a lot of palm oil, we are going to have a strong demand of palm oil. So I don't think that EU's ban would help in some way to stop deforestation, but very minimally. And I think there was a paper published by Jonah Bush that tried to quantify this, and he showed that the percentage of stopping deforestation is not that high. So more needs to be done from India and China's side, but whether they have the political will and the consciousness to actually do it, I think takes some time, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Janice Lee. Thank you for Mr. Yasin Yusuf, Mr. Marcelinos, Mr. Mundi Rahayu, and Mr. Remboko for the question. And thank you, Dr. Janice Lee, for the answer. Hopefully that give well explanation to the questioner as well as all participants. And then thank you very much, Dr. Janice Lee, for sharing with us. Hope to see you again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Rita,
Have you
really.
any remark, question, or speech in the session? Closing statement like that?
I would just say thank you for introducing, or rather inviting me back here. I wish you also all the best for the rest of the sessions. They look like very useful and interesting talks related to landscapes. And I think there are some that are related to mining and plantation. So yeah, I think it will be a very nice exchange among the scientists present there to discuss more. So thanks very much for inviting me.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that excellent presentation. So I think that have the speaker here, and we know that actually we hand in hand to work on this, how to solve the global loss of ecosystem. And the services is one of the most pressing and challenging problems facing society in the 21st century, with link to poverty, natural disaster risk, and disease. And every profession do their bit. I like to thank the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and all the participants for the very active participation and being a wonderful attention during the session, and hope to see you again real soon. Thank you very much. Finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. To close our first plenary session today, we would like to hand over a certificate as a token of our gratitude and a memento from us to Dr. Janice Lee. Thank you for giving the time and sharing such extraordinary material with us. Hopefully, this knowledge will be useful for all of us.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Now I would like to give back the floor to the MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Dr. Rita Noviani, Master of Science, for leading the first plenary session. And thank you for all main speakers, Professor Tania Murali and Dr. Janice Lee, for filling up the first plenary session. Now we would like to move along right away into the second plenary session that will be led by Bapak Seno Budi Ajar, Master of Science. To the Honorable Bapak Seno Budi Ajar, Master of Science, we would like to invite you to the floor.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dayan, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please introduce myself. My name is Seno Budi Ajar. It is my honor to be a moderator in this session. And also it is my honor to help Dr. Elma Suliastini and Dr. Yasin Yusuf to present their paper. And maybe this session is more relaxed because this session is very different between the first session. The second session is talk about the climate change and talk about the powerful geography. And this session is so different system. In this session, there are two panelists in this session. And after that, the panelists speak. And after that, we get discussion. And Dr. Elma Suliastini will be the first panelist. So Dr. Elma Suliastini is a research at the Research Center of Climate and Atmosphere in National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. She completed doctoral degree at Earth Science Institute Teknologi Bandung, and she concerned about the climate problem. And the new publication research is about propagation of convective system associated with early morning precipitation and different northerly background with our Western Java. And in this session, she will talk about Indonesia as miniature of the world, learning from the Saroja storm and the tidal flood on the North Coast Java. And that is the brief of curriculum vitae of Dr. Elma Suliastini. Dr. Elma Suliastini, you have 30 minutes for speak or for talks. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Elma Suliastini to this session. Dr. Elma Suliastini, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me talk. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Are my voice is clear enough?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, okay, I would like to share my presentation. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce myself. Sorry. Okay. I want to introduce myself. I'm Erma Yuli Hastin from Research Center for Climate and Atmosphere, BRIN. And it is time I would like to share our research in our team. Two kind of research with processing published in International Journal about Saroja tropical cyclogenesis and coastal flood inundation in Java, Bali. So this is our introduction, or introduce our team. So I'm a group leader in atmosphere, ocean interaction and climate variability in Research Center for Climate and Atmosphere. And in our group, we have so many scientists and engineers working together and collaboration, develop many tools and also instruments, and dealing with modeling for studying air-sea interaction and climate variability in Indonesia. So this is my point about what we call Indonesia is a miniature of our climate. In this slide, I want to talk about this is the picture about the tropical climate of Indonesia as released by Köppen in 1980. This is the first time for climatologists, Köppen from German, released that or state that Indonesia is tropical and wet regions. Exception for southeast, some limited region like Nusa Tenggara Timur or something is semi-arid, but almost we define as tropical region based on the forests and the weight of plantation. And we know also that the Indonesia have the largest and the most rainfall in the world compared to Brasilia and Africa. So in this strategic position of Indonesia in terms of the climate, we know also that the Indonesian maritime continent it is the world's longest coastline. That's why the rainfall have very concentrated over our continent. So we are not, in the meteorology term, we call Indonesia as Indonesian maritime continent, not island or some kind, because of the powerful of impact in the term of the rainfall and convective activity, and also producing the most of cloud over to transfer over entire world. So also we see here that in tropical region, ocean like Pacific, there are very active in latent heat and also radiation budget. So Indonesia support or contribute the most latent heat and radiation to the global. So it means that Indonesia is very active and very like the hotspot, the most hotspot in the world that can produce the cloud activity and in precipitation to over the world. That's why Indonesia is very important region to produce activity, cloud activity and convective activity to other region in the world. So I want to remind us with the Seroja tropical cyclone, but in history, this record by Compass in media that the very severe flood and devastating storm have already occurred in Flores. It's about in, I don't know, it's not mentioned here, but from the journalists, we can understand that this storm, the severe storm, is occurred at about 1970, but we not attribute this to the tropical cyclone because there is no identification or data can confirm that. But in this event, we understand that the severe storm hit mainland over Indonesia, especially in Flores. This is for tropical cyclone Seroja. This is not the first record, but this is the second record. We, like you see here in the next slide, the catastrophic tropical cyclone we named Seroja, the MKG named it, hits the Flores as a second recorded in 4 April to 2021. So this is our analysis. We also release our scientific analysis about the cyclone tropic. Why the tropical cyclone can occur very devastating in the mainland, because this is the very rarely event. The first typhoon occurred over near Singapore, is called Fame typhoon. It's the first recorded tropical cyclone occur over equatorial region or tropical region. And this stated by the Chang et al. As the event once in every 100 years, 100 until 400 years. It's a very rare event and very, this is impossible for theoretical in meteorology and climatology that it will happen or it will occur in the tropic and very close to the equatorial line. So this is very interesting also for us as climatologists and meteorologists. This is, I want to show you about the geographical distribution of tropical cyclone genesis. Why the tropical cyclone genesis is my point about this research because the TC genesis, as we understand in this slide, is this figure generally occur over southern Indonesia, over Indian Ocean or the open sea. It's very rarely that the TC genesis occur over internal sea of Indonesia. Like here, maybe just once in Arafuru Sea or Maluku Sea. But you know that generally or usually it's occur over open sea because the tropical cyclone is a very related with Coriolis effect, the very bigger if far over equatorial line. That's why the close of the equatorial line, because the Coriolis effect is almost zero, so the tropical cyclone is impossible occur, or TC genesis is possible occur over Indonesia internal sea. So my point is, I want to understand what the genesis or the triggering, the genesis of the tropical cyclone Seroja. This is also our data look like here that so this is the tracking of the tropical cyclone over southern Indonesia. We see that in this event from 1980, this is 1980 until 2020, the data see that the tropical cyclone over southern Indonesia have tracked like this and almost occur over open sea also. And we also calculate that it's tend to more frequently after two last decades from 2000 until 2020, which become once event in every 2 years. So this is very, I think, critical point that we want to point attention here. Now, this is, I want to show you that we developed the SADEWA. SADEWA is Satellite Disaster Early Warning System. So we developed this almost 12 years, and this operationally, hourly, to understand the synoptical weather over Indonesia 3 days later. So I want to show you that the tropical cyclone genesis of Seroja is firstly occur double vortex here. So there is two kind of cyclone and anticyclone vortex over the Maluku Sea. You can see that this is Sulawesi and this is Maluku Sea in the north. Banda Sea in the north, and the southern is, we call it Maluku Sea. So in 8 March, this is a precondition for TC genesis of Seroja. We see that two or double vortex is predicted by SADEWA. It is we know these three. It means we know this 3 days before 28 March, and this confirmed by the satellite. This is the satellite observe the wind, the surface wind from ASCADE satellite. We see that in 18 March there is two double vortex occur here. We understand this from the vector. So it is will be developed strongly. This the double vortex is very phenomena which very rarely event occur over the Indonesia. So it means that the internal sea of Indonesia can produce tropical cyclone genesis by develop the vortex. Vortex is about vorticity of the wind that we can calculate or observe from the wind that cyclonic or anticyclonic movement. So it is very interesting for us to understand why the double vortex can happen. So what happened for the development of the TC genesis of Seroja? We see that the double vortex is precisely like twin vortex here, developed from 29 March. We know that Seroja is occur in 4 April. And we see that the northern, we call it northern and southern vortices, and we see that the northern is weaker soon, and we see in the profile, vertical profile, that the northern and southern vortices is connected to each other. So this is not the separate system, but connected between northern and southern vortices. And the northern vortices in our research, on our result, is contribute to make stronger for the southern and become the Seroja tropical cyclogenesis, or TC. This is our conclusion for the first rarely event case or catastrophic event, and this is under processing in the international journal. I want to move to the second case. It's also giving attention, entire public attention, because in every years we have so many coastal inundation that we attribute to the astronomical factors as a trigger. But I want to understand or show you that this not a single factor. The astronomical for typing is develop the inundation. I want to show you how a meteorological factor contribute to make severe coastal inundation with the research from during May-June 2020. This is recorded as the largest coastal inundation during coastal, north coastal, and also in southern coastal from West Java to Bali. This is very sequential timing. We see here in media. This is very active in media, reported about the flood inundation. And we also hear in the data, sea level anomaly occurs here, concentrate over the southern, also in the northern. And the interesting, I want to show you that about what they predicted from the Sadewa in May 2020, we see that there is a very big storm occur over southern Indian Ocean, close to Sumatra, central Sumatra. We call it this storm as squalene. Squalene is identified by the nearest quasi-stationary of convective line here. And this is usually happen or occur over Sumatra. We call it Sumatra squalene. But basically, the squalene or the storm is disappear over Malacca Strait. So just happen here, but have no energy or powerful energy to propagate to east. But in this case, this is very rarely event because this storm continuously propagate to crossing to Java, Bali, and crossing the Sunda Strait here, and giving powerful, still powerful strength to propagate to east. And the last propagate is over Java, over Bali Island. So it's very interesting formation in the term of the meteorological, that the storm is very stronger and makes strong, powerful strong when the storm is crossed to the Sunda Strait. So this is just inform you that the sea level anomaly just occur from 21 May to early June. This is very long-term period. Sea level anomaly occur here. And this is not just specifically or isolated region that experience with the tidal flood, but almost entire Java and also Bali, also Sumatra, experience with the very strong storm of inundation, coastal inundation. So, this is I want to show you about the vortices that occur here. A very strong storm occur in Indian Ocean and close to the Sumatra, and that is for northern coastal of Java. We can see that the sea level anomaly just occurred from 20 May. And you see that this is for boundary for northern and southern Java. This is for northern Java. It's occur like this. That this is very continuously to east, and also in southern continuously to east. And we also recorded here from the station data, the sea level anomaly occur from 20 May until early June. It's very simultaneously, and at the same time also very strong enough in that period. And this is in the atmosphere. In the surface, we see that the disturbance of the atmosphere is characterized by this is for the lowest surface pressure occur here over Indian Ocean, and it gives the very strong wind to the east from the west from Indian Ocean to Indonesia, and also confirmed by the temperature. The temperature, potential temperature, means that the humidity is very increasing also over surface and propagate from west to east over the Java island. And also this is for the rainfall. The rainfall is very active in that period. So this is confirmed that in that time, in May, June, we have strong cloud activity, strong precipitation, and also strong wind at the same time. So it's just to confirm to you that to show you that the squall line is identified by the line of convective. They're very strong and propagate from central Sumatra in the early morning and continuously propagate to east. And you know, this is crossing the Sunda Strait, and in the western Java, he hits Java and strong, and also and continuous propagate until the Bali. This very strong and long life squall line storm, and it's very rarely. And this is also confirmed by the radar of the MKG to mention and to confirm that the squall line is occur and not just static in static state, but propagate and very active and very dynamic to the east. And we want to also, because this is from the model, we want to understand how the mechanism of the storm can happen, very strong and very active propagate to the east, what the mechanism is occur in the surface. So we try to make some simulation with model, with numerical weather prediction. And this is just to confirmation that the model is agreement with the satellite data observation for the rainfall. So we understand, so we try to make a traveling time. How many or how much the traveling time from Sumatra to the Java. So we plot, in our result, we see this is for the confirmation from the radar. So the radar data also pointed out about the squall line storm like this, and this is from the model. From the model, we understand that if we make a transect line from A to B, like before, this is from A to B. So because this is square line is aligned, so we make a transect from A to B. So from A to B, we understand that early or initiate the storm is from three cells of convection. This, and this. And from three cell, we see that in afternoon, the cell is multiplied by multi cells, and this is very active here. And the multi cell also make a supercell. If supercell can occur, so the category of very strong storm occur over the Sunda Strait. And this is very interesting or important result in our research, that the square line is have persistent in hourly and not disappear, but giving much more energy in Sunda Strait to propagate to the east. So it also confirmed that the storm have powerful energy over the our hypothesis is our ocean here, our insulated ocean, and will probably interact with the sea over here, with sea surface temperature or some kind of ocean parameter, so become very strong and can continuously propagate to the Java and along it to Bali. So this is to understand about the propagation from C to D. This one cell or one supercell, it's moving to east and become multiplied cells, or we call it supercell and multi-cell storm in the term of meteorology spectrum. That's why the biggest storm is happen and triggering the devastating flood inundation, and very simultaneously, just not for northern coastal, but also in southern coastal of Indonesia, Java, Bali. So our conclusion in our research is that as a miniature of the world, the Indonesian maritime continent produced the largest global latent heat and infrared radiation. This affected global climate very frequent or very rapidly. And for stereogenesis, we identify there's contribution for the sea surface temperature, that warming over Maluku Sea, I not mentioned in this presentation, and also double vortices that's mixed together, and interaction between waves in atmosphere, call it NGO and Rossby wave, and so many factors that mix together, interaction, complex interaction, and make the vortex very bigger and stronger and become tropical cyclone Seroja. And for the second cases, for severe storm coastal inundation, we understand that this generated by persistent cyclonic vortices over the southern Indian Ocean, west of Sumatra, and it have propagated the long life square line storm. The square line storm under Colpool mechanism trigger multi-cell and become supercell, very big storm. I want to point it out that the supercell occur over Sunda Strait. So it's very dangerous for Sunda Strait region because so many ship and very busy shipping and industrial activity over there. And the important thing I want to point it out is because our climate has been changing, we need to develop powerful tools to predict the extreme events and develop also early warning system for better mitigation and adaptation for climate change. That's all for me. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Erma. Wow, this is a good presentation. We know that from Dr. Emma, we know that there is rarely phenomenon the fall there, double vortex tropical cyclone, and also we know that the storm in Java is not come from Indian Ocean, but came from the Sumatra squall line. So for the others, please keep your question. It is very interesting, but keep your question. We must do directly to the second panelist. So please keep question. And for the second panelist, he is Dr. Yasin Yusuf. Dr. Yasin Yusuf will be, Dr. Yasin Yusuf is a head of Geography Education Department in University 11 Maret. He graduated doctoral degree from City Planning in Institut Teknologi Bandung. And his new research is making a learning from geography study. So today he will present about his research about critical Anthropocene and powerful geography. So for the all present, I would like to invite Dr. Yasin Yusuf to present. And Dr. Yasin Yusuf, the time is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me? Hello.
Your voice is not clearly, Mr. Doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let me share the screen for all participation. Okay, I will present the actual theme in the field of physical geography, but use perspective from critical human geography with the title Critical Anthropocene and Powerful Geography. The term Anthropocene was proposed by Paul G. Cratchen and Eugene Stormer in 2000 to define a new geological epoch marked by predominance of human impact on Earth's geoecology. Paul Cratchen explained that the starting point of the Anthropocene coincided with James Watt's invention of the steam engine in 1794. This was the beginning of Industrial Revolution in Western Europe, which was then followed in North America. They used petroleum and coal to power factories and facilitate people's lifestyles. The use of this technology has accelerated the conversion of land in colonial countries in the South, Africa, Asia, Latin America for plantation. In addition, the opening of mining areas for industrial raw material for northern countries, Western Europe and North America. The Industrial Revolution marked the beginning of Anthropocene period. This cannot be separated from industrial capitalism, which massively exploit fossil fuel and political violence to open up new land and extract natural resources for production. The Anthropocene is light-hearted story because the concept does not further the question the phenomena of social inequality, alienation, and violence that have permeated the economy and the power. Right, Jason Moore in Anthropocene or Capitalocene, Nature, History, and Crisis of Capitalism. Jason Moore, a sociologist and geographer at Binghamton University, proposed the Capitalocene concept that takes into account the history of capitalist production and accumulation activity around the world. By drawing a positive relationship between political economy and the destruction of nature, the implication is that the risk of mass extinction becomes a political issue from the start. I apologize for explaining the diagram and picture. I ask permission to use Indonesian. Baik, ini tadi di awal saya sudah menjelaskan bahwa saya akan menjelaskan fenomena yang aktual, Anthropocene, tetapi dari perspektif critical physical geography. Jadi di sini kita terbiasa dengan geografi fisik, tetapi kita akan menggabungkannya dengan perspektif human geografi yang kritis. Ya. Di sini kita akan bicara relasi kekuasaan, bicara praktek manusia. Tadi sebagian sudah dijelaskan oleh Prof. Taniali. Ya. Nah, dua sistem ini sebetulnya saling terkait. We cannot rely on explanation grounded in physical or critical human geography alone, because socio-biophysical landscape are much the product of unequal power relation, history of colonialism, and racial and gender disparities, as they are of hydrology, ecology, climate change. Critical physical geography thus based on the careful integrative work necessary to render this co-production legible. Jadi landscape sosio-biofisikal merupakan produk baik aspek fisik, hidrologi, geologi maupun perubahan iklim, tetapi akar yang menghasilkan itu sebetulnya terkait dengan relasi kekuasaan yang tidak setara, sejarah kolonialisme dan sebagainya. Nanti kita akan lihat contohnya. Oke, jadi di sini ada integrasi antara aspek geomorfologi dan political ekologi. Ini di political ekologi ini juga ada aspek sosialnya, ada science and technology studies, misalnya teori aktor teori, ya, dan seterusnya. Moore called climate change caused by Capitalocene by drawing the starting point in 1492 when Christopher Columbus set foot on the American continent. The steps taken by Columbus were followed by other Europeans by sailing to Africa and Asia. They look for spices, gold, and other products. Moore called it cheap nature, cheaper natural sources. This practice of exploitation of nature and colonialism were carried out with violence and slavery by European against indigenous people in America, Asia, and Africa. The question is, have this practice changed completely today? Unfortunately, the answer has not completely changed. According to Taniali, contemporary plantation exploitation is no less important and of unprecedented scale. Since 2000, plantation-based sugar production has grown rapidly in Brazil and Indonesia and Malaysia. Millions of hectares of mixed forest and agricultural land have been cleared by plantation companies to grow oil palm. Crude oil palm, a commodity produced by this plantation, is key ingredient in the mass production of fast food, detergent, cosmetic, and cooking oil and biofuel. Half of this product in European American supermarket contain palm oil and make this product less expensive. Indonesia produce 50% of world supply of palm oil, and most of it, about 60%, is exported to India, with this popular as affordable cooking oil. Palm oil generates tremendous profit for plantation companies and inject some 15 million people in plantation life, but in the way that detrimental to rural species. Apart from land grabbing, perampasan tanah, loss of customary land, flexible rural livelihood, diverse ecosystem, and healthy forest for climate change mitigation. The way we produce food and use land, travel, and use water, energy resource combined with world growing population has seriously endangered the environmental resources on which depend. Global environmental changes, including climate change, land ecosystem degradation, and species and biodiversity loss, stratospheric ozone depletion, changes in hydrological process and freshwater supplies, and pressures on food production system significantly affect human health and well-being. In fact, evidence shows that this health impact has already occurred, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, which has not completely disappeared to this day. The global loss of ecosystem and their services is one of the most pressing and challenging problems facing society in the 21st century, with broad link to poverty, natural disasters, and disease. Powerful knowledge refers what knowledge can be do or what intellectual power it gives to those who have access to it. Powerful knowledge provides more reliable explanation and new ways of thinking about the world and acquiring and can provide language learner to engage in political, moral, and other kind of debate. Powerful knowledge is powerful because it provides the best understanding of nature and the social world we have and help us go beyond our individual experience. More they identify knowledge as power if it enables young people to find new ways of thinking, better explain and understand the natural and social world, think about alternative future, and what they can do to influence them. Have power over their own knowledge, able to engage in important debate of today and go beyond the limit of their personal experience. Powerful geography. Haeckel stated that geographic knowledge is powerful when it is critical, and empowering. To be critical, it must reveal the structures and processes at work in the world that lead to injustice, lack of democracy, and the failure to realize other forms of sustainable development. It must reveal the ideologies that cover these structures and processes and must offer social alternative or way to bring about justice, democracy, and sustainability that can empower individual and society as they put theory into practice. Using critical perspective and relational thinking, this presentation want to dissect the relationship between extractive industry and climate change and the worsening of natural disaster and social injustice. Oke, saya akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia lagi. Ini kita akan mulai dari sesuatu yang kita rasakan langsung, tetapi nanti kita akan lihat akar masalahnya di mana. Jadi beberapa kali akhir-akhir ini kita sering mendengar bahwa Indonesia mengalami ekspor terbesar sepanjang sejarah misalnya. Nah itu salah satunya adalah karena memang batu bara kita menyumbang ekspor yang cukup besar. Nah ini salah satunya ada judul seperti ini, penjualannya sampai dengan bulan Juni sudah 175 1 ton. Kemudian satu perusahaan ada yang naik sampai 250%. Nah, kemudian hari-hari ini baru berita kemarin 9 Agustus, pengusaha cenderung senang untuk ekspor daripada memenuhi kebutuhan PLN, DMO ya, Domestic Market Obligation, kewajiban menjual batu bara terhadap perusahaan dalam negeri. Sehingga akhirnya ketika PLN butuh sekian, PLN sering menjerit ya bahwa mereka kesulitan dengan batu bara. Nah, hal yang sama tadi sudah dijelaskan Bu Taniali, bahwa kita menjadi produsen minyak sawit terbesar di dunia, tetapi pada saat yang sama semua rakyat menjerit harganya naik tikel 2 kali lipat misalnya. Nah, ini kemarin keputusan pemerintah agak aneh ya, PLN justru diwajibkan membeli batu bara sesuai harga pasar. Artinya ketika perusahaan nakal bukan perusahaannya yang ditertibkan, malah PLN-nya yang harus membeli harga sesuai pasar. Nah, ini juga yang kita rasakan bagaimana pemerintah sangat permisif gitu ya. Misalnya KLHK ampuni 75 perusahaan sawit dan tambang di hutan menggunakan Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja. Padahal kita tahu Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja sekarang sedang dipeti eskan ya, harus diperbaiki dulu, tetapi ini ternyata bisa dipakai. Oke, ini contoh saja salah satu konsesi sawit yang ada di Kalimantan Tengah khususnya untuk logging. Ya, ini hampir mencapai 4 juta hektar. Kemudian satu perusahaan ada yang lebih dari 200.000 hektar. 173 sama 39, ya 200 ribuan yang warna kuning. Namanya juga ada di situ. Kemudian ini sebelum deforestasi di tahun 2001, setelah tahun 2020 yang warna merah, deforestasinya cukup tinggi. Nah, kita juga bisa berbalik tadi ke zaman kolonial, misalnya di Pulau Jawa, begitu ada sistem tanam paksa, kemudian Pangeran Diponegoro itu kan perang Diponegoro itu menjadikan kantong Belanda itu habis gitu ya, sehingga mereka perlu cara baru untuk mendapatkan uang dalam waktu yang cepat. Ada tanam paksa, kemudian ada 1870, ada semacam liberalisasi pertama, investor boleh masuk ke sektor perkebunan, sehingga kemudian tumbuhlah perkebunan jati, perkebunan kopi, perkebunan teh, perkebunan tebu, dan sebagainya. Tumbuh jalan rel kereta api dan sebagainya, sehingga Indonesia dalam waktu 70 tahun, Pulau Jawa khususnya yang tadinya 190% hutan, hanya tinggal 30%. Nah, ini kecepatan yang lebih tinggi lagi di saat ini, deforestasi terkait tadi, ada perkebunan sawit, ada pertambangan, dan ekstraktif industri yang lain. Oke, ini tentu saja menyumbang greenhouse effect ya. Ini tadi di rencana, kemudian ini di material. Jadi intinya saya kepingin menggunakan teori ini, salah satunya kalau tadi kita harus bicara struktur ya. Di sini ada teori duality struktur. Dalam duality struktur, ruang itu merupakan negosiasi sebetulnya. Negosiasi antara sekian aktor, politisi, birokrat, grup kepentingan, individu yang berpengaruh, maupun rakyat biasa. Nah, rakyat biasa biasanya melalui demo dan sebagainya. Baik, ini adalah tadi everyday life kita. Kita merasakan hari ini akan ada pembatasan akses terhadap gas ya, gas 3 kilo khususnya. Akan ada pembatasan terkait akses terhadap pertalite dan sebagainya yang sudah kita ceritakan. Nah, ini sebenarnya tidak lepas dari bagaimana negara sebetulnya mengatur ekonomi ya. Nah, negara mengatur ekonomi kadang-kadang terlalu berat sebelah terhadap kepentingan tadi pemodal gitu ya. Sehingga ruang itu kemudian hanya dikomodifikasi. Apapun bentuknya, mau hutan, mau rumah adat, itu kemudian dijadikan apakah perkebunan atau industri ekstraktif yang lain. Sehingga kita merasakan bahwa, nah intinya di sini kita merasakan kalau dalam perspektif kepemimpinan berbasis tempat, environment limit itu mulai diabaikan. Ya, sehingga economic framing lebih lebih maju, sehingga kita merasakan seperti yang beberapa pemateri sebelumnya. Jadi intinya ada keterkaitan antara ekstraktif industri, katakan tadi dengan diizinkannya untuk hutan dibuka untuk perkebunan atau konsesi ini, kemudian melalui pembakaran misalnya melepaskan karbon, ini menyumbang ke perubahan iklim. Nah, kemudian perubahan iklim ada memungkinkan hujan ekstrim, memperbanyak bencana. Di sisi lain tadi karena menurut Taniali ada okupasi perusahaan, masyarakat berada di tepi tergusur dari hutan adatnya, tinggal di bantaran sungai, mereka akan terkena dampak bencana tadi. Sehingga social injustice betul-betul kita rasakan hari ini. Kira-kira itu keterkaitan antara relational understanding of extractive industry, climate change, and exacerbating natural disaster and social injustice. Sekian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yasin Yusuf. Dr. Yasin Yusuf said that the powerful geography and about the political can be affect the Anthropocene. So, okay, will be for the next session is discussion. If for the other, for ladies and gentlemen, if there are any question for the Dr. Erma and Dr. Yasin, please raise hand or write in the chat room. So there is one question. Okay, there is the question for Dr. Erma. Please, Dr. Erma, to answer the question from Mr. Sorja Kusuma from UNS.
Okay, thank you for the question, Pak Sorja Kusuma. You answer about the prediction and what the Sadewa I said before can or able to predict the extreme event. And in here, I show you two several cases. The first was Tropical Cyclone Sroja, and the second one is about a scoreline storm that can trigger the devastating coastal flood inundation. And Sadewa is our system that we built from 2010, and until now operationally, automatically, we are able to predict three days forward about the synoptical weather over Indonesia. Just can I show you some? Can I share screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, Dr. Erma.
Okay. I just want to show you about the double vortex that predicted by Sadewa in March 28. This is from Sadewa. We can see here that the northern vortex occur first, and the southern one is just begin initiate. And we see that in the system and hourly, the southern vortex is become stronger and larger also over and including the southern. But our limitation in our system, we have no data for the southern, so we just can simulate or can predict just over Maluku Sea and also Arafura Sea, which is initiate the designations of this sea. And this is originally start or initiate over the internal sea of Indonesia, and the first recorded as a designations. as you mentioned before, that why, or yeah, you said because usually the tropical cyclone is occur far from 5 latitudes, but why this is very close to the equator? We see that this almost twin vortexes, and we just we can see in the system that the southern vortex is become larger and also moving to southern, and this is TC genesis of Seroja, because in couple of days northern vortex is moving to north far away from Indonesia, but from southern vortex we see here that it's developed become stronger and stronger, and also moving to the south and becomes Seroja tropical cyclone. This is very I think interesting evidence that we get from our system also in Sadewa, and probably this answer you, but we have limited because it's just can predict 3 days later. So the Seroja developed in 4 April, and we just can see this in 88 March, and we have to make a powerful or improvement for the model for the longer days to predict, because we do not sure. We have to make sure that the vortex is developed to the tropical cyclone or will be disappear. We have to make sure about that. So we need to predict longer period of days. I think so. We still need experiment and also improvement the system become the powerful tools to predict this kind of extreme event. Also, we see in the case of the score line, I also mentioned before. So the score line is usually occur in Sumatra, in Central Sumatra, but disappears soonly over Strait of Malacca. But in this event, or in this case, this is not happen because the superline is moving. You see that it's become very strong and moving from early morning from Sumatra. And we see in our model can capturing it very well. This line, it's also accompanied by the strongest wind and the stronger precipitation. It's a very, very highest and strongest storm in the term of the Bezo scale storm. And we see that this not disappear, but continuously propagate to southern Sumatra. And the rarely event is it also can crossing the Sunda Strait and entire or intrude to the Java. We see the line is not broken, but still occur. This become 2 line, but we see that the merge line occur in here in the night. This first line and this is the second line, southern and northern, is merged and make strong or powerful storm to propagate east. That's why the flat coastal inundation very strong and very including entire region from western Java into Bali. You can see in 21 May, the system is still continuous. The storm over Java Sea is also very rare event that its score line can develop over Java Sea and continuous. This actually weaker soon, but redevelop again or re-exist again and becomes the last location is Bali and okay, this is disappear or in matter of the end of the phase of the storm. So these 2 days of very strong scoreline, long life scoreline and persistent, bringing very catastrophic, I think, in precipitation, also strong wind, and also heat wave over ocean. It's very dangerous for us to make activity over this region of Java Sea and also in southern of Java along also Java. Yeah, it's enough. I think probably it's answer your question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Elma. Okay, there is there any? Oh, there is question from Hilary Reinhardt for Dr. Yasin Yusuf. And from your presentation, I appreciate the importance of powerful geography is dissenting the current paradigm. Hence, the critical perspective. However, at the current state, especially on the environmental degradation and Anthropocene issues, I think we need a powerful tools not only to offer alternative but to replace the dominant paradigm. What's your opinion, Dr. Yasin Yusuf?
Mohon maaf, saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia untuk menjawabnya. Jadi,
Pak, silakan.
Powerful geography ini sebuah tawaran dari sebetulnya awalnya dari Inggris ya. Kalau di Amerika itu spatial thinking gitu ya, pemikiran keruangan, tetapi kemudian di Inggris muncul powerful geography. Nah, cuman dalam perkembangannya ini juga dibawa ke Amerika. Powerful geography juga masuk ke Amerika dan diharapkan bisa menggantikan standar geografi for life-nya Amerika. Nah, cuman di dalam powerful geography itu juga banyak aliran sebenarnya. Hanya yang saya ambil yang terakhir yang dari perspektif kritis. Nah, dari perspektif kritis memang apapun bentuk ruang itu sebenarnya produk dari relasi kekuasaan. Jadi katakan tadi mengapa kita hari-hari ini merasakan kita punya katanya negara penghasil sawit terbesar di dunia. Tetapi mengapa yang kita punya saja kita tidak bisa ngatur harga gitu ya. Nah, ini kan aneh. Ini sebenarnya kalau dikaitkan dengan Undang-Undang Dasar 45 ya, pemerintah sebagai penjaga barang publik itu tidak bekerja gitu ya. Karena mestinya apalagi batu bara, apalagi sawit yang betul-betul ada. Kalau minyak bumi yang kita impornya besar, oke lah, itu diserahkan ke harga pasar. Tetapi kalau itu di tangan kita, tetapi kemudian mengikuti harga internasional, ini kan tadi kalau dalam perspektif kritis, bumi kita itu menjadi sirkuit kapital ya, dalam teori production of space, bahwa ruang itu merupakan sirkuit kapital kedua. Jadi sirkuit kapital pertama dulu revolusi industri ada pabrik, sirkuit kapital ada di situ. Begitu pabrik kolaps, kemudian muncul sirkuit kapital kedua namanya ruang. Bisa real estate, bisa dalam bentuk perkebunan tadi, yang dalam bentuk raksasa dan sebagainya. Tetapi kemudian tadi negara akhirnya kalah gitu ya, tidak bisa berdaulat di tanahnya sendiri. Nah ini yang perlu, mungkin pemahaman seperti ini perlu semua orang paham sehingga kita berani kritis gitu ya, kritis terhadap ini sebenarnya hak kita gitu. Kalau kita seperti ini akhirnya fenomena ayam mati di lumbung padi menjadi lumrah ya. Jadi yang namanya sumber daya menjadi sumber justru sumber bencana. Kita sudah melihat bagaimana gunung emas di Papua bukannya memakmurkan masyarakat ada di sekitar, tetapi memakmurkan orang lain. Nah, sawit pun juga sama. batu bara sama. Kita sekarang PLN juga sampai PLN pun menjerit gitu ya. Tetapi mengapa yang ada di pengambil keputusan kok malah seperti itu, melepaskan ke harga pasar. Ya, itu yang menjelaskan mengapa saya tidak mau memilih pemilu lagi ya, golput saja gitu ya. Baik, hanya sekedar guyon. Terima kasih, mungkin jawaban saya sementara itu Pak Seno. Yeah.
Oke. Thank you, Dr. Yasin. Is there any question? Oh, for Dr. Yasin again, there is question: how can the geography power policy be used as approach in managing space and resources in Indonesia? How, Mr. Yasin? How, Dr. Yasin? Mr. Dokter?
Diulangi Pak Seno pertanyaannya Pak Seno.
Oh, how can the geography power policy be used as an approach in managing space and resources in Indonesia? How?
Oke. Kalau kita bicara powerful geografi terkait dengan kebijakan, ini memang agak sulit ya, karena kita tahu, karena tadi bicara relasi power, karena sekarang yang ada di DPR, kemudian yang ada di eksekutif, itu seragam sebetulnya, semua pengusaha gitu ya. Sehingga produk undang-undangnya juga cenderung ini ya. Sekarang kan kita merasakan mungkin dalam 10 tahun ini ya, studi dan sebagainya itu seperti enggak ada ininya, fungsinya enggak ada gitu loh. Karena pada dasarnya semuanya relasi tadi. Sehingga saya agak pesimis kalau misalkan kesadaran ini tidak menjadi kesadaran hampir semua ya. Kalau ini menjadi kesadaran bersama di tingkat pendidikan, kemudian orang berani kritis menjaga ruangnya misalnya, baru mungkin ini harus menjadi semacam collective action sebetulnya. Tetapi kalau hanya bicara policy, saya agak pesimis gitu ya. Ini harus gerakan bersama, kesadaran bersama bahwa orang boleh punya visi terhadap ruangnya mau dibawa kemana, ya. Apalagi untuk konteks hari ini rasanya ini masih agak jauh gitu ya. Perspektif kritis tidak terbangun di kita. Karena perspektif kritis kita hanya mengkritisi ini valid atau tidak ya, tetapi tidak sampai ke relasi tadi, relasi power tadi. Itu saja mungkin jawaban saya.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasin. And there is one question for Dr. Erma. Dr. Erma, disaster cover a wide area and to overcome them require high costs. While most of the people living in coastal area have low economic level. So what about community-based mitigation to?
Thank you. Thank you, Satya Nugraha, for the question. Very interesting idea. I think that's a true statement because we know that the fishermen or fisher people in the coastal areas region is low economic resources also as well. And in the term mitigation or impact of the natural disaster, we have to collaborate. I think we have BNPB, and also BMKG for the institution that very I think have powerful also to make a decision for mitigation processes. And the Yeah, I think the system could be developed soonly, and yeah, like we have, I think BNPB program also have like school for fisher or for people in the coastal region or coastal areas, because the coastal areas is very is directly facing the climate change impact. So this very severity of coastal region which will be impacted by the climate change. And I think the frequency is from the storm, from the ocean, also from the atmosphere that interact together. So and now we know that the climate or the seasonal rainfall is not definitively spread between rainfall season or a dry season. And this is make very difficult and complicated for us to predict the season also. So so many challenging for the climate change perspective also in our field in meteorological and ocean and for climatology perspective also. So we have to collaborate together, and also university can make can lead also the role for touching for the people, the society, for the community base related to the natural disaster for this preparation. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Erma, for the question. And okay, this is the end of the second session. And before close the session, we will to give the certificate for Dr. Erma Suliastin and Dr. Yasin Yusuf. Please, committee, to share screen. This Dr. Erma Suliastini, I present the committee to thank you for your speaker, for your knowledge, and for your sharing in the seminar. And we will very grateful to know your knowledge. Thank you very much, Dr. Erma Suliastin.
Thank you very much also for the giving me time to giving talk here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Suliastin. And for the second, for the Dr. Yasin Yusuf, thank you very much for your for your presentation and for give us knowledge. Thank you very much, Dr. Yasin Yusuf. Okay, I'm sorry for Dr. Erma Yuli Hastin to wrong to spell it. Sorry, Dr. Erma Yuli Hastin.
It's okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the speaker, and thank you very much for the participant. And I will to give the stage to the Miss Diane at OMC. Miss Diane, I give the stage.
Thank you for Bapak Seno Budi Ajar, Master of Science, have led the second main plenary session. And thank you for all the main speakers of Dr. Erma Yuli Hastin and Dr. Yasin Yusuf, Master of Science, have filled up the second main plenary session. Now we are finally coming up to the core of the event, namely the parallel session of International Conference on Anthropocene, Global Environmental Change and Powerful Geography. Later, all participants can join the parallel room by entering the Zoom link that is provided by the committee through WhatsApp group and Zoom room chat. All participants can enter the parallel room at 1 p.m. Now, I would like to read all the rules for the main parallel session. So all participants, please put attention carefully and listen. The rules of the parallel sessions are namely, first, the registers presenters should check their presentation schedules from room and session, and then participants can join the attached Zoom link in the conference program 15 minutes before the event starts. Second, before joining the parallel Zoom, the presenters should rename their username using the code provided by the committee for quick admission, namely room parallel _ paper ID _ name. For example, room A _042 _ Yasin Yusuf. Next, each presenter must be in the Zoom room during the session using the ICoAGPG virtual background. Next, the author must present the article according to the presentation template in a plotted parallel space. Presentation template can be downloaded at the following link, https, namely //icoagbg2022.uns.acid/guideline/. Next, one presentation is allocated 10 minutes with 7 minutes for the presentation and 3 minutes for the question and answer session. Presenters have to close the presentation strictly within 7 minutes. Next, session chairs need to strictly control the start and the closing time of each session. During your presentation, the session chair will give you notification via Zoom chat 2 times, indicating that your time allocation is coming to an end. First notification means 2 minutes presentation time remaining. Meanwhile, second notification means the time is over, time to finish your sentence and stop your presentation. And next, the question and answer session. Participants give question through chat that will be read by chair or directly unmute your microphone. Please raise your hand first. And lastly, participants must follow the parallel session until the end to receive the notification regarding attendance, certificate, best presenters, and other important information related to the publication. Now, finally, before we end our main plenary session, I would like to invite all audiences to do a photo session. So for the honorable, all participants can set your camera into the ready position and turn on your camera. I will lead the photo session in 1, 2, 3. I will repeat. We will do the photo session. So for all of the honorable audiences can set the camera on and be ready. I will lead the photo session in 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much for all of the honorable audiences. Finally, I hereby as the MC would like to excuse myself and say an apology if there was any mistakes done. Thank you and good luck for all participants and see you again soon.
Indonesia tanah air peta pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir kita, dibuai, dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata. Sungguh indah tanah air peta, tiada bandingnya di dunia. Karya indah Tuhan Maha Kuasa bagi bangsa yang memujanya. Di sana tempat lahir beta, dibuai, dibesarkan bunda, tempat berlindung di hari tua, sampai akhir menutup mata. Indonesia ibu pertiwi, kau ku puja, kau ku kasihi. Tenagaku bahkan pun jiwaku kepadamu rela ku beri. Kepadamu rela ku beri. Indonesia tanah air peta, pusaka abadi nan jaya. Indonesia sejak dulu kala tetap dipuja-puja bangsa. Di sana tempat lahir kita, dibuai, dibesarkan bunda, tempat